It's never too late for a Friday night. Oh, he's almost ready. He's coming soon. Get ready for some streaming fun. The world is not enough for me and for you and for everyone there. Hi, I'm Chris Vangelis on the internet, and I want to say hello to the list of names that I have to glance over to roughly approximate that list of greeting names being Alex Lemons and Timu Kananen and Lee Kalba and V Rider and Adamus Prime and Logos and Long Wuzzy here and Scarface and Shia and Quacky Wacky and Tonbot74 and Chris Muse and Student Scissors and PT and Mozotron. And I think the audio even came through when I said all that. Go me. I can pat that shoulder. Pardon my disheveled appearance. I was ravaged today by needles. Picky Peeves folding socks. That's good Friday night meta. That's, what do you call it? That's efficient. That's high value. How are we all doing? It's December the 6th, and they had some news, and I got some twin snakes, so, like, I'm ready to go. I got a slice of lemon in my drink. Yeah, ravaged exactly like the Transformer. It was a lot. Aaron, what's up? Yeah, I got pokey poked. Here, let me, in fact, I will, in case you don't know, in case you haven't kept up with the scoop, let me give you the scoop. This will explain everything.
Since I'm a pretty tough guy who takes his health seriously, I just went and got myself vaccinated. Took 2 of them, actually, and, one COVID, 1 flu, both of the same arm. So I decided to get myself a little something to reward myself for being an adult male, and went and got 2 packs of Haribo Twin Snake sour gummy candies and a little 6-pack of cookie dough wrapped ice cream bite treats, because, gotta live hard when you play hard and take 2 needles to the same arm. So, take care of yourselves.
See, I did the same arm because I'm big, strong. I'm tough adult male. I'm super alpha. I'm power top. I'm big, hard. Straight up consuming biomass. Correct. Because I don't want both my arms to hurt, Picky. I want only one of my arms to hurt. But then the first one was the Moderna, and she didn't even hold my arm. She just went like, and then as she went to get the flu needle, the alcohol from the cotton swab like dripped right onto where she poked me, and it hurt so much, and I was so brave. Ow. Like, ow. Tombot's got the secret, which is my arms always hurt. Correct. Anyway, that was painful. Aaron calling out the shirt. Yeah, we got some good fashion going on here. That's right, TZM Hero. I'm so brave. Quacky, thank you. I am really brave. And I only cried a little bit when no one was looking so that I wouldn't bring down the mood in the pharmacy. I was like, the lady was like, so don't leave for like 10 or 15 minutes. I was like, oh, you want me to sit like over where the seating is? She's like, oh, we don't really care. Just don't leave. And I was like, oh, you don't really care. Adam Bill Moo cries, hell yeah. Is this in top chat mode again? Let me see. It is. Because it never carries that over when I pop it out. That's so annoying. All right, it's on live chat now. I don't know if it's eating anything. Ruby Maru, I did not get given a lollipop because this is no longer a country, but I went and bought myself some Twin Snakes. It's good candy. This is one of the few ways you can get tangy orange gummy. It's a very uncommon candy because people are freaks and they all want strawberries and cherries and grapes and melon and friggin', as I said, this used to be a country that was respectable, and now we got these people eating mango candies and cherry candies, and a cherry candy flavor, not to like hot take in the opening 5 minutes, cherry candy flavor is so close to just being cough syrup flavor, and I don't get it. Yusha Evangelist with his Shinkansen shoulders. Yeah, I'm waiting for them to grow out a little bit more. Quacky Wacky, we used to be a real country, now we can't even be given little treats for being so brave. Exactly! So that's, that's my story. That's how hard life has been for me. How hard's life been for you? Hey, GD Slalom, what's up? V-Rider, give me lemon and orange because I am a sour gal. Yes! Lemon and orange! Okay. The fact that you can get, I want a bag of cherry candies. Oh, I want a bag of peach candies. And then I come in saying, I would like a bag of lemon and or orange candies only. And everyone goes like, oh, wow, war criminal. Like, it's unfair. All I want is orange and lemon candy for life. Orange and lemon sour candy, and a big, and in like sour key form, even, be it sour key form or Haribo form, whatever. But give me some sour keys as well, so I can let those dry out, and then combo those with some double salted black licorice, so I can go to real Flavor Town TM, and we're talking. If you write a Jolly Rancher replaced the lemon with blue raspberry, yeah, everything friggin' Skittles replaced lime with apple because they hate freedom. It seems like it's also leak it's hard for me to pay all. Yeah, I hate it. I saw your blocky attempt went badly. If it helps at all, and it probably won't, but if there's any commiseration you could have, Ronnie from the Vaudience bought like more than 5 blockies, and at least 5 of them were ratchet. So like the blocky misfortunes, when they rear their head, they rear all 3 of their Hydra heads right at everybody. They reverted back to... Oh, they reverted back to lime. Okay, that's good. Ruby Maru been getting crapped on for being a lemon like your whole... Well, who... Ruby Maru, you're in good company. Alright? Lemon and orange. That is the root. That is the root of good candy flavor to me. The apple didn't mesh well with the other foods. Yeah, exactly! Why did they even do it? Doesn't really matter anyway. I don't even eat Skittles anymore. But sometimes I ask questions, you know? Listen, in the marketplace of ideas, I am a broker, and I simply have some questions. Geez, I have little stake in the candy argument. Yeah. But orange popsicles? Friggin' hell yes. They even released a pack of... Only lime, but they won't give me only orange. They won't give me only lemon. I deserve this. Me! Adam Bilmu, the Shadow Broker. Never heard of him. Don't know who that is, and it certainly isn't me. Butterscotch is the best pudding. I like butterscotch pudding, but I'm also not really a pudding head. I don't actually like pudding that often. I'm really particular about pudding mouthfeel. Get orange slices of the candy. Well, whenever I get the dedicated orange candies, it's like they strip all the sourness out. And I'm like, I want tart. I want tang with my orange. Damn it. What if they only did green M&Ms and called it the sexy pack? Well, M&Ms are just like chocolate and nuts. Like they're even at whatever. You all have your M&Ms. You can here. Let me let them eat M&Ms. So that's some energy to get us going. The next piece of energy to get us going, let me move some things around. Gonna shred some box. Gonna shred some. This is a gift. This is a gift I received actually, from good pal Warcabot from City of Heroes days, also from Transformers fandom, also on Blue Sky. Warcabot sent me a road pig. So I actually am, I think now at the halfway point on the Star Raiders. So that's kind of neat. And this is, once again, no windows, so we can do this, you know, old country style. I like this mold a lot. This is my favorite. I even brought him over. I had one nearby. This is my favorite of the new Junkions from Legacy, is Crash Bar. I think this one is actually kind of like head and shoulders above the other two, which is a shame, because I really wanted Trashmaster to land stronger for me, but, like, Trashmaster for me was just kind of, like, neat, but it wasn't giving me what I wanted. This is the one that gave me what I wanted. So I also really like the G2 laser bike folks. So getting one of them kind of cross mixed with some of this, like, is a good feeling. I am the Shredder. So I want to crack into this one. This was, like I said, this was a kind, I believe, birthday gift from Warcabot. So I very much appreciate that. Thank you, Warcabot. Yeah, Aaron's take is basically how I felt. Like, Trashmaster felt embarrassed to be involved in an Evo Fusion gimmick. It's like no one told Trashmaster until, like, they had already, like, unpacked their bags. Like, oh, by the way, you should break down into parts so you can do, like, fun Evo Fusion stuff. And Trashmaster was like, that doesn't work for me, brother. Shia, how can we know that you're truly Evangelist and not known war criminal and fugitive Alex Mercer? Well, really, there's no way to prove that other than your own faith, not only in the system, but in your country. So do you believe in your country? Do you believe in your system? I think you'll find the answer somewhere within there. Mosatron, I still remember trying to unpeg his arms and went, oh yeah, he doesn't do that here. Yeah, it's when I saw Trashmaster's, like, design, I had all these, like, ideas in my head of, like, Raised Junkosaurus, I was like, oh wow, there's so many things we could be doing. And then like, there's a VOD, there's a stream where I tried to fashion a Junkosaurus. That stream went on for an extremely long time because there's actually not much to work with to make a Junkosaurus. Like, it's really odd and limited how much your socks are folded. Big Picky Peeves update. Ruben Morrow, hello flesh person. We are all down with the meat here. I've never heard of Alex Mercer in my entire life. I've also never referred to myself in the third person in my entire life. GTL, is the video feed freaking out for anyone else? Let me know if the video feed is freaking out. If it's not freaking out for everyone else, I'd recommend an F5 or oh, stream's lagging. Stream's lagging bad. That's bad. Why? Why and how dare it? Let me go look at the stream readout thingy. Huh! Something's up. Something's messing with the signal. I wonder what it is. Anything over here? No, we're pumping out. Aaron Archer, what's up? Yeah, there's some kind of lag going on YouTube's end. Let me open the widget. Well, that doesn't help. Let's give it a sec. Let me see if there's anything here I can press, because I have it set to go low latency, so it should avoid this as much as possible. Okay, this just started happening. Might have fixed itself. Yeah, let's see. I got a report of poor stream status from YouTube at hour.44. That it is cold over here. Sometimes cold weather messes with the fiber optics. What's up, Not So Alex? What's up, Chicken Soup? Watching on Discord VC with the gang. Yeah, shout out to the gang. I hope this is passed. I don't wanna go neck deep if we're, but it sounds like, okay, it sounds like we're through the lag wave. Hopefully that's on YouTube's end and not like localized here. Because I am unfortunately not yet able to control the weather. I've been working on it, but I'm not quite there yet. Okay, it's fine now. Yeah, let me know if things do get janky. Like, always pipe up, because you want to know if it's just you or not. Because if it's just, this exposure's way the hell too high. You want to know if it's just you, because in that case, it's a lot easier to solve. Sorry, I'm going to turn the exposure down very slightly to... There we go. Some of those whites were popping a little bit too hard. But yeah, how do I want to arrange this? These colors are baller. I'm happy about that. So let's do my basic arrangement first. All right, and we're on screen naturally too. That's a good sign. The gold text on the calf, good symbol. Oh, that's a modern font. That's not right. It's just that should be a 90s font. Styles guide this. Mark, where are you? Yeah, I like these. These look like candy. Would you call that translucent magenta, or is that too red? At a glance, it feels more red than magenta to me, but I tend to conflate magenta and pink in my head, so I could see a case for this being magenta. Chris Muse, his Toy Hack sticker set fixes that. I should have known. Ultra Primal, what's up? How's it going? I'm opening a belated birthday gift. Well, not belated. My birthday runs until next August because unfair things happened on my birthday this year. So we've simply extended the window by 12 months. I'm going to try to remember how this transforms without thinking about it. There, I got a good start already. What is retooled? Is it just the head? And also, is this like a new head, or is this the head from the road rocket? It can't be. So this got to be like new, right? And it's just the head? Yeah. Okay. Monday Adams, what's up? The Bride from Creature... Oh, Creature Commando is out now. I saw a trailer for that on the Crave channel when my mom and I were pre-Cancer Lodge in the unofficial Cancer Hotel for a couple weeks. Crave channel was running the same Creature Commandos commercial like 14 times a day. But I didn't get sick of it. If the show is any good, I'm interested. I forgot how the feet work. Story of my life. Oh yeah, I forgot about the head too. I forgot about a bunch of things. Year-long birthday, baby. That's right. I have decided that that's the only fair way and equitable way to approach the events of this year so far. Dynamo Dave, happy Friday to you. By the way, update on my mom. Mathematically, doing okay. Experientially, lots of bad feedback. I'm a little worried about her because she's having a lot of trouble, there's been issues keeping food down, but she's having trouble, like, just actually intaking food or drink. Nothing dangerous yet, but I'm going to be heading over there for 3 weeks over Xmas New Year's, since, like, my mom cannot travel for the foreseeable, and I'm going to be glad to be present and helpful as much as possible. First 2 episodes slap. That's what I want to hear. My only worry, don't spoil anything, obviously. Like, I haven't seen it, but also because it's brand new. My only worry from the marketing of the show, right, is that a couple of characters looked incredibly Suicide Squad death flagged to me. And that's fine, I guess. That's, thematic, but I'm kind of hoping that's not actually, like, the execution on things, because it is a little predictable. So that's like my only real hope going into the thing. But yeah, like my mom's gone through the she went through 72 days of chemotherapy that did result in remission. It's just that now she's in the, once you finish that part, you're like, okay, what happens now? And it's like, perpetually take these poison pills. And hopefully things just work. Bride is on point. Frankenstein is kind of man-childed. Good to know. I don't remember what the back of this bike looks like, and I can't remember where my bike mode one is. I just have this stupid truck sitting here. I'm gonna look at a picture. Oh, wait a second. I remember now. The saddlebags are like a whole integral part of this. There's a whole system in here that I... Eve Tronia, it's me, Flame405. Got a new account because of reasons. Well, welcome, Eve Tronia. I will do my best to remember your new guys. Yeah, this has to, like, suck in a bit. Yeah, statement of treatment, like, and in the home province, like, treatment is also... I've yelled about this a bunch, but, like, so pardon me. But, for leukemia, there is one hospital in the entirety of British Columbia that actually can treat it. So the entire province's supply of leukemia patients all have to go through one facility. which is a very overworked facility. So, especially if you have family out in BC, be aware that if your family ever gets a leukemia of some kind, gets the funny prize, you're gonna want to be present as much as possible. Otherwise, like, it could get a little bit tricky. Or you're gonna want to have people at least able to be present as much as possible, or things will start to get a little bit tricky. So crazy you could drive a taxi. I was about to try to remember the Crazy Taxi theme song, and I remembered that it doesn't have one. It just has a soundtrack. Yeah, I like this. This is got a cool color layout. I like this mold. I like me laser bikes. Oh, there's like a little Star Raiders tampo in there. That's on target. I kind of like the Star Raiders capsule, even though I don't know that I'm going to buy all of it. They did a character selection that does really play to me the idea of, like, what if one or two Star Raiders ended up in Legacy World and went like, let's start the project again. Then one of them met, like, Tidal Wave and went like, hey, I know one of you. This is going to be better for you than whatever you got going on now. And Tidal Wave's like, well, Tidal Wave, Tidal Wave, Tidal Wave. So it's a cool little group. Y'all heard of this new game called Mouthwashing? I've seen 2 playthroughs of Mouthwashing. Unfortunately, it's a game where if you've seen a playthrough, I think that, like, it's hard to be motivated to play it afterwards. But I thought it was really cool. Yeah, please don't drop spoilers, because Mouthwashing is, as I guess I just said it, right? If you know the story of Mouthwashing, it's hard to be motivated to buy it and play it. But it's pretty cool. I also appreciate the devs apparently are very, or at least one of them, very outspoken on socials about wanting to not make room for, like, the chudlier end of the media illiterate, which I can appreciate for a game like that. I can also appreciate that we didn't finish the purple truck maneuver. Slayer's Shoop Graham called it out during that stream. There is one more purple truck in my possession that I've had for like a month now, because I'm a weird person who wants to save these for streams. It's the Motormaster. The one who I kind of want to get the DNA wing pack for animated Optimus, and now, like, I haven't got it yet. But I think if I get it, I'm just going to also be like, I think I want to just get it for this one, too, because I like this mold. Let's find out, though. Yeah, the mouthwashing devs have not... They have not been very, like, hands-off for the sake of more sales. They've been very, like, no, the subject matter of our game means we don't want to have patience for friggin', like, Cockroach Boy. there is, and having seen 2 playthroughs of it, it is a very well done piece. It's not going to work for everybody. It is kind of rough here and there, in terms of content and subject matter, but it is, like, definitely, like, on the, yeah, like Monday Adams said it, like, it absolutely is in the realm of being just a piece of art through the games medium. Ooh, yeah. Dig it! Oh, I always get too low pitched when I do my dig it. My favorite color is purple. One of my, like, goals in life is to be able to, like, snap off a Randy Savage, because I think it's a good voice. It's just a good voice. But, like, Randy Savage, and, like, this is a surprise to no one, right? I'm not, like, changing the world saying this. Randy Savage has a very unique voice, and a very powerful voice, and a really fun voice. Shia with the cockroach entity. Mace, what was the Prime figure you reviewed ages ago with the invisible trailer? That was actually just a trailer. That was the Fans Project G3 trailer. That just released by itself. It came with a bunch of chromed weapon accessories for the 06 Classics Autobots. Still not over the voice you did on the Diaclona stream. What was that? Was Southern? No, it was Texan. Was it? No, it was Southern. It was lawyer voice. It was like speaking as your legal advisor. I recommend that you engage away from the cockroach boy. Do not accommodate the cockroach boy. Yeah, that was my southern sort of perpetual brain damage voice. I may just be a simple mega hyper chicken. But I can't help but note here, sir, that there's a degree of unlawfulness going on around this here live stream. I thought you was corn. How's your axe this go around? Oh yeah, let's find out. How spinny is this one? I said, boy, you best not be hanging around those chudler boys. They're bad news. Let's see, do we get... It's holding pretty well. Yeah, the Motormaster has a pretty solid axe shaft. It's not greased, it doesn't spin. I am very happy that the box head still has this much waggle. Transformers TCG org with just the most vile thing I've ever read. Aaron, says mine's significantly stiffer than the Prime one is. Yeah, this is definitely the same. There's no like spot where it's like stiff and then suddenly gets loose. It seems like it's okay. If I really mess around, I think there are specific spots where this gets looser, but it's not like the full-on spin that I know you were having with your Primax, definitely. The Motormaster shaft is immaculate, brother! That's right, Robot Lore Keeper. Thank you for that accurate Motormaster lore. Actually, tilt up a little bit here. I know the colors of this have been one of the points of conversation. I will say in person, I'm into it. I know the purple is not 100% what one may have wanted, but I like this play. You know, I like this this combination. Green is a natural complementary color to purple, so here you go. Can you put him in a mouth-watering pose? Yeah, easily. Transformers CCG org, I in fact do not like the idea of Johnny deep frying some tangy chugurts in action figures, yogurt, or simple slime. When you're heading into the danger zone, you always want to go pelvis first! I can't hit it. It's not pelvis. It's like, oh, Macho Man Yell. It's like such a specific timbre. I can't hit it. I need to listen to... I can hit it sometimes if I sit down and listen to like 20 minutes of Randy Savage promos, which is, you know, really fun. This is a little bit more lascivious. Mustache ride. Shia with the little known fact. Did you know Motormaster enjoys motor boating? True. Randy Savage promo live stream. Probably claimable. Probably claimable. Maybe I gotta catch WWE when they're in between being a Netflix property. I could do some stuff with the axe too. Like we can, like this axe is built for boudoir posing. Like it's real basic ideas. Obviously, I'm not changing the world here. This axe is built. He's not catching my light reflections very well. I'm gonna turn him into a truck. Acan Lord, this Motormaster feels like he's got the same energy as Lobo from JLU. Yeah, there's definite like Lobo coating on the handlebars. Picky Peeves, laundry is done. The laundry adventure is complete. I haven't transformed Legacy Animated Optimus in a couple months, so I'm going to see if I just remember how this works. Timu Kananen, that's what I said. That's my famous quote. When I sit in a crowded room for too long, I stand up and I say, I'm going to turn into a truck now. Wait, that's a meme, isn't it? That's like it's Optimus Prime thing. Remember the legs. I don't have to remember nothing. This is a free country. I believe Derek was definitely going for like a Macho Man vibe. If I recall correctly, he talked about it like in and around BotCon 2011. There is recorded material somewhere. Oh right, this is how the whole assembly works. I remember now. Remember the Alamo. As a kid, I thought the Alamo was like a cartoon that I didn't see. Because they taught us Canadian history in Canadian school. That sounded, I'm just realizing that sounded really close to like, they taught us Canadian history in Canadian school. I didn't intend for that kind of tone. Yeah, I will say we didn't really learn much about Canadian history either. Ask a Canadian whether they learned about residential schools in grade school, and enough generations will respond with, no, and I'm pretty mad. Oh, Monday Adams, the legs are not, they're not too complicated, but I say that with, I was about to say the caveat that sometimes still ruins the deal for folks, which is, they're not too complicated as long as you know how they work. Which is, you know, a potentially loaded statement. Shia, still really want a version of this mold. Unfortunately, nothing from Legacy United has come to Brazil, from my knowledge. Damn. International distro be suffering. I will say, I added the light bar up here. You don't need to. You know, if you want this to look, you know, distinctly different. Reed's toy reviews. My thoughts on all the reveals from Age of the Primes is, in fact, coming up on this very stream. Once we crack open one more action figure. I just wanted to open some toys on stream, because I have fun doing it. It's a good time. I'll put the light bar back, because I'm going to lose it if I don't. Yeah, this felt overall a little bit more solid than the animated Prime, which I'm always happy when a second colorway feels more solid, because I don't want it to feel worse. I want it to feel better, if anything, if not the same. So I'm pretty pleased, because also I like the Motormaster. The Motormaster's BotCon script reading is one that I participated in at the last minute. I played a whole bunch of voices that were under the purview of someone who got ill. Yeah, Breakdown and Iron Fist and Auto Trooper Irish guy. It was a fun time. Thoughts on history? It definitely happened. It's going to take you back to the past. Sometimes to play some dubious games that might suck ass, but would you rather have Buffalo take a diarrhea dump in your ear? I don't think so. Robo Lurker, your breakdown voice, how all breakdowns sound in my head. Aw, that's nice. I was always worried I was messing that voice up because Derek said do Bobcat Goldthwait, and I was like, dog, you can't just look me in the eye out of the blue and say do Bobcat Goldthwait. So I just tried my best. All right, that's another truck. Sorry, I'm messing around with this thing because I like this mold and how it feels in vehicle mode when I'm just gripping it and tossing it between my palms. Makes me happy. Buffalo dumps. Yeah, great Takara Tomy project did not come to fruition, but someday maybe we will get the Buffalo dump. Now this next figure is not. So these two are also they're technically repaints, right? So not a whole lot of exciting stuff to really talk about with them other than where's the hand feel at. I have one more figure that is a brand new mold. However, for professional reasons, I've already handled a copy of this mold. So I'm actually not gonna be having a lot of discovery, other than a few bits and pieces of what this thing looks like right out of the package. This also is a pre-order that came in, and I thought they were gonna have 3 toys ready for me, and I looked and it's like, no, the other 2 were still not coming in till January, and I'm like, well, I thought this was a country. Anyway. Who needs Missing Link when you've got tiny plastic? Piggy P's breakdown was Bobcat Goldthwait. Yeah, no, he wanted breakdown to be Bobcat Goldthwait. He wanted it to be like that whole on the edge kind of thing. So I will say, like I said, I have already had some time messing with a copy of this figure. So I apologize that this is not my brandest, newest reactions and feelings. That said, I did think this was a really neat little guy. Oh, that's cute. He has instructions. The old Switcher Ruby, can't believe they finally made a new version of Optimus Prime. Yeah, I mean, finally auteurs are being brave, right? I am not here for your feelings, human. I am only here. So, oh, the little Matrix is in here. Interesting. Yeah, you get another one of these, but in blue. The hubris of providing instructions with this Optimus. Yeah. All right. GD Slalom, my headcanon for this toy is he is from the Dream Mix TV World Fighters universe. Yeah, there's so many, like, fun little universes that, like, you know, had Legacy been given the opportunity to be a media experience, there could have been a lot of funny jokes. I just make up my own, because since there's no fiction, that means that it's mine. I get to do whatever I want. Nah. So, like, here's one thing, right? Seeing this, what happened? Because that's not light piping, is it? Like, maybe it kind of is? It looks painted, though. It is, kinda. Yeah, it's weird. It's like they did a gloss coat over the translucent to make it, like, have a filter, and I guess it kind of worked. But it kind of works, kind of doesn't. I don't know. It's weird. Okay, it's weird. I was wrong. When I saw this in the box, I was like, that just looks painted. Alright, that's cool. Oh, let's put his treasure into his boob. Don't want to lose the cleavage treasure. That's a nice, it's a nice tactile click. Joint feels pretty nice. And yeah, these are, all 6 wheels are silicone with, like, writing on them. It's, like, Cybertronian radial. That was a kind of pleasant surprise, because I forgot about that since this was revealed. His bumper's a skirt. Going by the packaging photography, clearly at some point they were hoping to paint silver on the top and sides of this. Definitely could have used it, because at some angles this does come off looking a little bit like a Gunpla kit. My only real problem with this, right, with this figure, is the lack of wrist swivels, only because the G1 toy could do it, and I know that that doesn't mean this has to be able to do it, but it feels weird when this visual can't swivel his wrists to me. It feels weird. The reasoning why is, you know, you can see how the engineering works. Ooh, that does feel funny. I heard this felt weird out of the box. This feels super weird out of the box. Feeling better now, but yeah, there's a moment with that. Anyway, I'll double check to make sure I wasn't wrong about this too. But yeah, this does not swivel. I think that would have been cool. Reads, toy reviews. When I got mine, it was missing a strip of silver under the Autobot logo. I got mine. I got mine. It's all that matters to me. Jody, what's up? Stiff out of the box, but it does loosen up. Okay, yeah, because the one of these I was messing with before was already fairly well loved, so this didn't feel remotely as stiff. But yeah, if you get this out of the box, just don't yank down right away. Brace, you know, the whole thing, knowing that it moves like that, and then it will loosen up pretty fast. You can swivel his wrist if you're not afraid of breaking the toy like a coward. Listen, I have to live under a certain level of civilized law if I'm going to be part of this society that I'm in. Yeah, AXF2 kind of, like, saying the thing I was saying. I'm happy it's a softer plastic, because, like, I could see a version of this in ABS where it just goes, like, crack! And that would be a shame. But yeah, I really like the size on this, especially when I'll do the truck mode, because I think it's so friggin' cute. This makes me wish there was a Legacy show, or media of some kind, because this is precisely the kind of stuff I'm here for, is like, what is a universe where Optimus Prime just looks like the G1 toy, but moves around. There's so much room to play in that space. Oh, these are pretty stiff clips, too. If I do say so myself, these clips are pretty stiff. Ho! Ordnung muss sein and all that. I thought that was more German. I was like, what the hell is that word? V-Rider, it's like Sonic Generations where this guy is just younger Optimus. That would be so fun. That'd be so fun. What is your favorite niche Transformers universe? I have a bunch. I love Q Transformers. I adore the audio storybook universe where Soundwave is a suffering catty office worker. And Megatron is just Mumra. But yeah, like, this is so cute! This little guy! Beep, beep, beep. I've seen some pretty good photos of this with the Earthrise trailer as well. The Earthrise trailer being kind of tiny. When you match it with a kind of tiny truck, now I'm there for it. The TCG universe, Picky P's best universe, the TCG tutorial universe. I do like the TCG tutorial universe with Gamer Megatron and Gamer Optimus. Those two were pretty fun. Yeah, Quacky Wacky, like, whatever, like, if it was what it was gonna be, which was another FJ DeSanto showrun thing, it's fine we never got it. Because I would have just been annoyed. Unless something super duper changed with that fellow's productions, I probably would have just been annoyed. And I like my headcanon a lot. I just need to produce more of my headcanon as actual visual moving media. I want to see what they actually want me to do with the guns in truck mode, because there are a billion places to put them, but I'm curious, like, what the prescribed ones are. Oh, really? That's it? Okay, well. I don't know what I was hoping for, but I was kind of hoping there was, like, some secret thing I didn't see with the axe, because they are just saying, put the axe there. And that's fine, but I was hoping something cool was going to happen. I do like the accessories, like, they're fun. The two different guns is very cute. The only thing about the two different guns that gets a bit less cute is I'm kind of like, is there some kind of layman's math that I could do where removing one of the guns would give him swiveling wrists? Probably not, but, you know, one of the guns can stress the pegs if they aren't shaved down. How is anyone able to see that the pegs are shaved? Because, like, they're covered in gloss paint. Well, I guess you see it in the peg hole when you... Okay, because the gloss paint making this too thick seems reasonable. That seems like a thing that would happen. Yo, Transalamander, what's up? This is, in fact, that G1 Optimus, but not that one. This is the funny little one that I kind of like this more. I don't own a Missing Link Convoy, but I played with toy guys at a McDonald's for, like, 15 minutes at LA. And I thought it was a very nice toy, and it made me decide I don't actually want to spend 75 American dollars on it, because I don't like it that much. It's super neat, but I would like someone to just give me one. But then they announced this thing, and I was like, maybe this will feel good. This thing feels so fun. Like, he's kind of tiny, but, like, also in a way that feels like I'm the one who's wrong for pointing it out. Everyone's like, don't... Listen. Don't say so loud in the same room that he's kind of tiny. He's sensitive. Shia, have I been in Sonic? Not yet. One of these days, I'm gonna get in there, and we're gonna have a real chili dog canon event. I think I got this to come together a bit tighter just by giving it a good old palm squeeze. Look at that. Oh, that's fun. Yeah, like, Missing Link Convoy costs a lot for good reasons. Well, I say good reasons because a lot of them are ones I like. But for objectively defensible reasons, Missing Link Convoy is full of ratchet joints. Missing Link Convoy has diecast parts. Missing Link Convoy has a lot of paint. And that's just talking about the cab robot. The one with the trailer is actually kind of disappointing because the trailer is down-functioned in a way that I found really off-putting. Like, they removed the roller launcher. I'm like, why? Why remove the roller launcher? Why mold the roller launcher in there and pointedly... It feels like this is a more expensive exercise than just running the reissue Optimus trailer mold. But yeah, Missing Link also does, and I mean, this is actually to this toy's credit. Let me get his head out and then I'll show you. Missing Link, right, to do the hip articulation, has a much more complex mechanism that on the user end is fairly simple to engage with, but it's doing way more mechanical things in there. Missing Link also has an ab crunch that when I saw these seam lines for second, I thought maybe they slipped it in on this one. They didn't. That's fine, but boy, that would have been a coup if this one could do the ab crunch. Oh, Jody, I was wondering about that. Yeah, these look like they're the windshield plastic. So yeah, that's fair. Like, usually these pegs are sized in CAD with the idea that they're not going to be painted. So when they get paint on them, that can mess with some of the tolerances. Yeah, Quacky Wacky, that's part of the reason I love doing these streams, is, like, because I script a lot of my review coverage, right? There's still organic stuff when I do the articulation segments, and the reviews I try to have, like, be sort of organic, but I really like being able to capture and share, like, kind of the raw, like, new toy smell moment of, like, why I kind of like this thing that I just got or that recently came out. And I feel that, like, it suits a lot, in my case at least, it suits a live stream more than it suits, like, review video. But yeah, I think this toy is really fun. And it's a deluxe, and sometimes you can get deluxes on sale. If you can get this toy on sale, it's like a no-brainer to me. It is a lot of the energy of Missing Link, with less of the stakes, I guess, of having a sort of expensive import piece. And, you know, there's companies that are going to make, you know, sticker sheets and stuff to jazz this up if you want it to be jazzed up. So, hey. Have I ever been prototyped? I have occasionally turned a little bit goopy. But, you know, everything was ethical. This feels way looser on this copy. Oh, no. That, I guess, was mold released. Now it's tight. Never mind. Never mind. We're all good. How does this feel go? Oh, that is kind of tight. I might just put these into the peg holes and compress the paint this way. Whoa! Whoa, where'd you go? There you are. Ah. Something that I found on Transformers nowadays when it comes to tolerances, you gotta be kind of careful, but, like, sometimes I can just, like, micro compress the paint by putting it in the hole and leaving it overnight. Eve Trony, I probably won't be able to get this in stores because my local places don't usually get later wave deluxes. That's annoying. I know that feeling. I am actually quite interested in Missing Link Cliff Jumper now that they're out and I've seen some photos. The Bumblebee isn't really doing much for me, but Cliff Jumper having his sniper rocket launcher from the cartoon as a G1 accessory, very specifically in its aesthetics, is like a very specific thing that is really doing it for me. Yeah, Leah, basically I soak the pegs. We don't jump hump them, we just soak them. Eve Tronia, what did you think of animated Motormaster? I liked him. He felt vaguely more solid than my animated Prime, and I already like that toy. And I like Motormaster a lot. I'm extremely biased. I love that BotCon set. I love that whole Stunticon crew. So I'm digging him. He's working for me. Let's stick this on here, maybe. Yeah, there we go. Now we got a nice bald top. Yeah, this is a fun trio of figures. Let's carry yourself with a little bit more dignity there, young Optimus Prime. There, he's Akira sliding. Yeah, Slipstream and Quake still haven't come out in Canada. Only this one has, which is weird. So I'm still waiting on those two. Yeah, this one just has, like, I mean, I like this about the Optimus too. The vehicle mode is so fun to toss around like a ball. Quacky, they are not a 2-pack. They're 2 individual toys. Which is great for me, because I don't want 2 of them. I just want Cliffjumper right now. I'm thinking, because there's no word yet on Red Sunstreaker, because I really want to get that Sunstreaker, that my Missing Link team will be Red Cliffjumper and Yellow Sunstreaker, and then maybe someday in the future I get Red Sunstreaker and Yellow Cliffjumper, aka Bumblebee, and then we have like some fun cross symmetry. Speaking of those reveals, though, let's pop over to the browser share, and I got to arrange this so I can kind of like keep an eye on what I'm looking at. Because I want to talk about these new things. I think it's a good day. It's a good Friday night to talk about a pile of reveals. I'm actually really after Quake, partly because I really like the G2 Decepticon Trooper. I never handled Skullgrin. I just handled the G2 Decepticon Trooper, and I really liked it. So Quake looks like a retool of a toy I like, basically. Yeah, Mark already did a Solus post, which is great, because Solus Prime is the toy of all these reveals. That made me go, like, I definitely want to pre-order that one. And I was like, kind of hurts to pre-order a Voyager, but hey, let's do it. And then I see in the reveals, finally, you know, the info reveals, oh, also she's a deluxe. And I'm like, well, perfect. I'm down to pre-order a deluxe and a Voyager, because then I can more guilt-freely pre-order Prima along with Solus. But yeah, Mark did a post, and I think Solus Prime looks friggin' rock-ass solid. This just looks like a good figure. Like, people have made this point on social media already, so it's not like a fully original thought, but I just agree with it. The 13 are actually really attractive as toy concepts now that we've seen a couple of them, because even though the concept has been around, and often dubiously so, since the Book of Revelations was drawn up, they've rarely gotten toys, and regardless of their fiction, this is basically about 10 or 11 completely brand new Transformers that have not been toys, and they're not referencing an old cartoon, they're not referencing this, they're not G1, they're not this or that. They're just new Transformers for the most part, obviously referencing some ideas, and that's kind of exciting in Generations. But yeah, she's got that tabard is 3 parts. If you look at some of the photos, we'll go through this. The robot mode is just like a lot of good shapes. A deluxe female Transformers robot as a toy, getting to have a lot of unique shapes is always a great thing. Perhaps the bar should not be so low, but you know, the bar is what the bar is. And there you can see the tabard is 3 pieces, so it can look organic when she's just like walking forward. That's really cool ass engineering stuff, especially on a deluxe. The hammer is looking cool. The shoulder pads, hey, that's neat. But the way the tabard turned out was like that's the kind of thing I was expecting. Like, oh, it's just going to be a flap, right? But it's like 3 pieces, and the outer 2 are very thin. Like you can cheat some organic looking stuff. People pointed out as well, her waist swivel is above the tabard, so you can do waist swiveling without having to worry about her hips butting into the thing. That's also really cool. Enough articulation range due to not having, like, a giant box body that she can double hand the forge. That's cool. Forge comes apart in pieces because, it's what we do. I believe Mark wrote that that's a grenade. So Solus Prime can just yank the bottom off her hammer and chuck it at you because it's secretly a grenade for when there's, like, too many chuds in the room or something. And I think this vehicle mode kicks ass. Like, obviously, if you've been around me long enough, you've heard me yell about how much I just like space vehicle robot or alt modes. So a space truck alt mode is inherently my kind of thing, but I think the shapes are also just really cool. Like it's just a bunch of neat angled shapes. She looks like a drawing, but is a toy, which is another thing I really like about a Cybertronian alt mode. And like it just looks good, in my opinion. Just looks good. You can put the hammer up there, and now she's a tank truck. That's for all the TCG folks out there. There's Mark Marr with his Bandai effect parts once again. He references the bits of Solus Prime fiction that do exist, which kind of suck, but this is, again, the beauty of something like Age of the Primes, right? Where there's probably not going to be any media to go with it. Anyone who buys these figures, you can either ignore this, or in my case, you can rewrite this a little to make it a little bit more interesting than just like, they was a couple and then the fire one went bad. Like, I do kind of like this where he's all like, fix my gun. She's like, go to hell, idiot. And I like this. Like, this is like when I talk about like how I'm not opposed to this pairing. It's for shots like this, because this pairing barely exists in fiction anyway, right? In fact, they only really exist in a palpable way in one of the worst cartoon series that was ever made, which I never finished watching, so I just don't have to, like, think about it. But I like the way these look. Like, also, leader class with a deluxe, where it looks like it's just something very intentional about this. Gives me good feelings. She just looks like she can pose, which is also pretty neat. That's nice on a toy. Bandai effect part there in the back from DBZ. Very funny. And here is the concept art. Mark's post, I believe he mentions that this was much like the Bumblebee movie opening scene characters. Robot mode design first, and then designing a vehicle mode out of the robot mode. Which kind of just tends to result in really good toys these days, in my opinion. Transformers CCG org, stop trying to make me tank mode. Tank truck. Just give her both. Says there's 2 Lady Primes among the 13. It's only Solus. Yeah, right. Currently it's only Solus, but I will say, like, most of the 13 Primes have like maybe a paragraph to their name in more than a decade. It's not impossible to just figure one of them is also female. Solus Prime, like, used to carry this, like, really weird-ass baggage of, like, Micronus Prime, the root of all microns. Nexus Prime, the root of all combiners. And Solus Prime, the root of all women. I think they ditched that part of her to focus more on the Forge Master thing. So, I think there's room to just say another one of them is female if the vibe feels right. Like, what is Amalgamus Prime? What is Nexus Prime? They're in a book that's expensive, but that's about it, and it doesn't really have to matter. Like, all due respect to the Covenant of Primus, and all due respect to the Book of Revelation stuff, that stuff is all very old and doesn't actually have to matter. It can just be bullet points. It can be where you draw some ideas from for your own version, for your own headcanon of your version of the monomyth. You just roll with it. I'm curious if maybe some folks thought there was another female 13 Prime because Prima's name kind of just has femme vibes to it. Because I also spent a good several months assuming Prima was female because that just kind of sounds like female name. No, the Book of Revelation, maybe a different name. That was the internal document that they wrote up before Prime happened that was going to be the unified monomyth that was the root of the aligned quote-unquote continuity that was never a continuity. That was then translated in a way to the Covenant of Primus hardcover book that my understanding is extremely expensive now. So those are two different documents. One that is publicly purchasable, or was, and one that was not publicly available, that I just treat as... I always kind of treat them as separate things, even though they're kind of the same, because one was more edited for being made for sale, inherently. But those two things are where a lot of info on the 13 Primes comes from, and I think that it is really important to approach the 13 Primes with the idea that they are mostly concepts that are rife for interpretation, and that's kind of a fun thing to do. Quintus would be an ideal candidate because we already have a Quintessa from the movies. I can't even remember what Quintus Prime's thing is. Is Quintus Prime the one in Earthspark too? Or is that... I can't remember. A lot of the 13 Primes are kind of untouched territory. Also, like, there's... And, you know, to make it even more complicated, Transformers 1 made Zeta Prime into one of the 13 to get rid of the Arisen. Star Convoy has the Arisen symbol, so Zeta Prime is only ever a 13 Prime in Transformers 1, I believe. So Zeta is not a 13 Prime in this setup, I don't think. They're doing the Arisen again, but they're doing it in, like, I guess, like, the most interesting way they can, which is Star Convoy. Because Zeta Prime is usually another Sentinel Prime. Like, Sentinel and Zeta and Nova are three inheritors of the mantle, and they are all different kinds of bastards, basically. I think the 14th Prime was also the... So this is where it this is where I think the interpretation thing is important. The 13th Prime, the Arisen, is also the 14th Prime, who is Optimus Prime. Kind of, I think. Maybe, if I remember right. But yeah, sorry, I just saw it in the chat here. Where was it? Maybe we'll get... yeah, Primes from other continuities to have more than the 13. Yeah, like, I would love to see, this is how maybe we get a nicer figure of Cyberverse McAdam. Because he's kind of one of the Primes, but, you know, fairly different interpretation. Sorry, the Binder of Revelation, not the book. Thank you, Cypher. Yeah, the Binder wasn't about locking down exact canon, but setting up a broad thing so massive concept discrepancies wouldn't hopefully happen. And that's the root of the reason why I have always despised the phrase, the aligned continuity. Because, like, it was always just meant to be an aligned monomyth that you could build continuities out of, but then people heard the wrong words first, and it made everything complicated. Not everything. It helped make lots of things complicated to talk about, which was kind of unnecessary. Especially now in 2024, when it's all sort of over. It was super unnecessary. So it's always, to me, been the aligned monomyth, which, to me, is what it is. It's supposed to be like, here's a bunch of bullet points that, like, generally speaking, let's say this is Transformers prehistory for most continuities, but with lots of room to wiggle, and shuck and jive, and dance and thrive, and then sometimes have them be magic and sometimes don't. Whatever, you know, like, whatever you think is neat. Quacky, so the aligned continuity just has a shared backstory, but was supposed to be separate. Yeah, it was, like, to even call it backstory is almost too much. It was just supposed to be, here are, like, the most basic concepts of what Transformers prehistory is most of the time. So try to draw from this so that as a media intellectual property franchise, we have some unity so we can sell more items and goods more easily. Like, not to really deconstruct it, but like at the end of the day, part of it is like, if everything kind of interconnects more, it's also easier to sell more items. It's kind of like why, you know, some of the live-action movie producers like to imply that there are connections between all the movies, because that means they can sell more items, like Blu-ray box sets. So, there's nothing villainous about wanting to sell more items, but sometimes if the conversation, such as the one around the Aligned continuity is a great example, gets sort of wildly out of control as far as what its context is, as long as you're not, like, kind of being a super cynic about it, I think it can help to kind of grab everything and kind of, like, just pull it down for a second and go, like, now this is all in service of selling some items. It's kind of for the items. Anyway, I really like Solus Prime. This is, you know, kind of saying it, you know, first thing, but this is the standout of all the reveals to me in my own taste. Like, this looks like a whole lot of what I want out of a Transformers action figure. So I'm very excited about this one. So I will move back one tab. We've got the box art. So this is kind of just touching on a bunch of the characters that did pop up. There's some aerial bots. Hey, look, it's Slingshot. He's got his funny bald head. Obviously, these do not communicate the toys that well, so this is mostly just looking at character selection. There's Slingshot, there's Silverbolt, there is Air Raid, there's Prima, finally, with a head and colors, so we can, and, you know, this is my cynicism a bit, so we can just forget everything everyone talked about for the last 3 weeks. There's Solus looking good. Armada Red Alert looking... I saw somewhere on my social someone said, why did they make Armada Red Alert look handsome sexy? Maybe he always was. There's Star Convoy doing that pose, reaching for the kitty cat, reaching for the hamburger. There's Fugitive Waspinator. There is something in the ad copy I didn't catch. I'm still on the mailing list to get the emails about this stuff. All the non-Prime characters are being ad copied as descendants of certain Primes, and I suspect that doesn't matter, but that can make for some fun headcanon as far as what the storyline of this toyline is. I have not kept up with it, but that's a little important point to point out. So, Armada Red Alert is like a descendant of someone, and Fugitive Waspinator is a descendant of someone, and that's sort of odd. That's like, kind of, here, TF Wiki, have a bullet point to put in the characters page at the bottom. Yeah, the aerial bots are Alpha Trion descendants. I guess. I guess so. It just feels like, putting it in the ad copy just really, really transparently kind of feels like, here, trivia. Yeah, Cypher's right. I was like in most of the monomyths, everyone is a descendant of the 13 to some degree. So, like, it's not, like, crazy, oh my god, but, it is kind of like, you know, the Prime Wars trilogy stuff where they'd give you, like, a sticker or trading card thing, and it's like, what happens when this Prime hooks onto Blot? Which is, like, it's cute and it's neat, but also, like, that's the kind of stuff, like, speaking for myself, I kind of quickly start forgetting about, over time. We've got Generation 2 Leader Class Grimlock in the main line. What's the Toxitron collection? I don't know. But he comes with Wild Boy G2 Wheelie. I'm calling him G2 Wheelie. I know he's patterned after the Wild Boy of the Jungle Wheelie colors from that one storybook. Earl Norem Wheelie. Thank you, M. Cypher. I always forget the name. But just because he comes with G2 Grimlock, I kind of just like calling him G2 Wheelie as well. I think it's fun. There's Solus Prime's vehicle mode. I like this one a lot. This is the last of the box art pictures. I love this slingshot alt mode because, like, look at him. And I'm gonna say this: the actual toy looks more aerodynamic in the photos I've seen. I don't know why they drew him as a rectangle that kind of just started dressing up as a plane because someone was like, your alt mode's a plane, and then Slingshot was like, "Oh, whatever. Well, just put a tail fin on. I'm a transformer. I fly with magic. It doesn't matter." But I will say, like, having looked at photos of the Slingshot toy, it doesn't look like this. It looks more like an airplane. So I don't know where this art's coming from, but it's pretty funny. I like it. Like this circled the sun hard enough to endear me to the ridiculous nature of this piece of artwork. Robo Lordkeeper, behold the aerial box. Excellent. I agree. V-Rider, that plane has love handles. Legit. Resource, he's an aerial brick. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, we'll see. I haven't looked at the toy on my computer. I've only looked at it on my phone. Maybe it does look like that. It's just, every photo I saw from the show floor and of the promo photos, I'm like, Slingshot looks more like a plane. Why'd you draw him? Like, what'd you draw him like this? What did he do to you? Alright, so the official picks. There we go. Sheaw getting tired. No worries. There's going to be a VOD of this up afterwards. So, like, you can always come on back and, like, hang out with recordings of us that are not alive. That sounded darker than I meant it to. Gabe VJ, it looks like 2 AC units with wings. True. Anyway, Chris McFeely pointed something out about these photos. These are the official photos on a white background. These are not photos of toys. These are photos of CAD models. They're trying to do a texture thing to make them look more realistic, and it just looks weird, especially on Silverbolt, because, like, he looks like he's made out of, like, ice-ish. Like, he looks weird, right? And there's photos of the toy from a showroom floor. It doesn't look like this. As far as, like, the visual finish. K-Barn, soap. Yeah. Yeah, gummy. The renders look gummy. They did some weird texture thing on the renders, so please bear that in mind when you see the white background pictures of these toys. These are CAD models, and they look funny. So, like, don't judge them too hard, you know? Apply a visual filter in your mind that these look more like real human objects. But there's Silverbolt. I think it looks fine. It's kind of cute to see a Silverbolt who is not, like, having a load-bearing torso. Brian, what's up? 76 in chat. Holy moly. Well, we're in it now, as Bruce Boxleitner once said. Silverbolt bath bomb. Transalamander, do you think this Silverbolt also has Silverbolt's hips? That is ridiculous. Silverbolt does not have Silverbolt's hips. Silverbolt has Silverbolt's hips. All right, like let's take the red threads down off the cork board for a second here, and like let's bring it into reality town for a moment. Like let's not get too like, I know that we have redistributed info wars to the people, but like this is. Combiner Wars remold. Anyway, there is so there's the okay. This is the first piece of discussion. First piece of discussion. They're doing the frame thing again, and like, I will just speak freely, but like, let's just now we know. Let's let it play out. If you really don't like it, then like you're not feeling like you need to buy 4 deluxes and a Commander toy, and like that's a victory in and of itself. So they're doing the Menasor Legacy approach, whereby Superion is a mech suit that comes with Silverbolt in the Commander class. That mech suit can form a little wall, which is sort of cute. The mech suit can also form, so there's Silverbolt as a Concorde. But then the mech suit can also bolt onto the Concorde as a Macross fast pack, doing this and adding a magic tail fin. There's a really bad photo of this that leaked first. From the top, it looks a little bit nicer. Personally, I don't hate this. I like the way that it integrates into the curvature of the wings. I like the magic tail fin on the back, because that's kind of funny. And it's basically, because the mech suit has its own tail wing, or tail fin, and its own little winglets, I don't think it's going to be impossible to fan mode the mech suit into just a little jet. Like a little jet drone thing. I've spoken many times about how I got won over by Commander Motormaster because you can just turn the trailer into a mech suit for Motormaster to use, and that blasted my headcanon engine into overdrive. This isn't obviously blasting into overdrive because now I've seen this concept, but I'm not against the idea that that technology in the fiction that will never exist has been, like, duped and distributed to more disparate versions of combiner teams who don't actually combine. But also, play pattern-wise, mainly, as long as it still has the tactile storytelling of the Motormaster trailer, then I think this could be fun. I like the idea that it is just a big, stupid Macross booster thing on the back of an 80s Concorde. I think it's really funny. I think this mode is incredibly adorable. And then, yeah, here he is with, like, two little guys stuck in him. The only thing about this that I find off-putting is, like, I don't really think that y'all needed to do the trapdoors on the legs again, because those already, like, were a funny idea that were, like, fighting against physics on the, like, in practice. There is a rumor, by the way, I don't know how real this is. Apparently, all 4 aerial bots can scramble to any position on this, which would imply all 4 of them can split in half. I don't know if that's real, though. I'm not sure where that information came from. But, yeah, so you, is there a photo of this guy without aerial bots stuck on him? Well, that's, okay, that's kind of cute, sure. That's on... You remember when you were, like, 7, and they'd take a mugshot of you at school? Look at his face. He knows he's just realizing they're taking a photo, and he's like, no, not like this. Here we go. So, a Commander class toy that is a decent Silver Bolt who has a booster pack that he can gatai with to form this thing. Now, I don't want the Superion head on when I do this. If you can do this with Silver Bolt's head up top, then we all good. Then we're sitting pretty for my tastes. If you can't, then, like, that's a bit of a bummer. Because that to me takes away the specialness of uniting with 4 other characters to unlock the 6th character, basically. Geez, I'm putting in. Oh yeah, I'm gonna get to the in-person pics. I should say I'm cycling towards the day 1 report TFW did with all the show floor pictures. This is just the first tab I had open. So, all that said, right, for all these things I'm saying about how, like, I'm kind of into this, is kind of fun, I'm probably not going to pre-order this, because there's so much stuff going on, and, like, life is really difficult, and suffering, is everywhere, so, this is sort of an example of something I've talked about in my panels, where I'm having a lot of fun looking at this thing, and I think he looks neat, and he's kind of fun, and I wouldn't be opposed to picking him up at some point. I'm not pre-ordering him, though, because, like, I don't want to enter into that cycle as hard. But yeah, if I was going to speak to the things about this I don't like, basically it's the legs. I don't like that they're doing the trapdoor thing again, because I think that it was kind of, middling. It was kind of like a bit of a whiffed fart on Menasor. And by proxy, that also means, and I could see this in some of the photographs, they're doing the Combiner Wars peg on the thighs again, which gets rid of Kanzen Henke. It means there's no perfect transformation. I think perfect transformation to armature mode would have also set this apart from Menasor a bit more. So this feels like a little bit weaker to me, just overall. Shio, I wonder if you can swap the Stunticons and Aerobots around. I suspect you can. I feel like because this is so duplicating both limb gimmicks, it feels to me like there would be, it would be more work, potentially, to not accommodate them. I mean, I say more work. I feel like the nature of the gimmicks means that they are probably replicating geometries that they know they can do and that have worked. So I would assume that there's a high likelihood you can flop them around between each other. Flop them around? Especially the leg ones. If you can't, then, you know, it happens. But it feels like it's pretty possible, because they're so much doing the same thing. I missed a bunch of chatter during that, by the way. I apologize. I wanted to kind of, like, tunnel in on, like, thought dumping. And, yeah, June, the trapdoors made much more sense for Minosaur in terms of aesthetics. So they do technically make sense for Sunbow Superion, because he was kind of as BS as Sunbow Minosaur in a lot of ways. Because he technically did kind of... They sort of went for the same thing on his cartoon model at times. What window am I? Oh, I'm in the wrong window. Here we go. Anyway, I like the box art. I think that looks pretty cool. And there, oh, look at the back of the box. 3 of 5. There's a bunch more pictures. So here's the other part of the equation that, like, does kind of make me go, like, this is really, like, worth it. It's a little deconstructive to say these look like the Combiner Wars Deluxes, but with ankle tilts, because aesthetically they are a little bit different. However, functionally they do kind of just look like the Combiner Wars Deluxes, but with ankle tilts. And I believe that if they are all able to split in half to accommodate a kind of scramble gimmick, then a lot of the gains of these being dedicated individual Transformers does kind of get lost a little bit. And I will say, like, I don't think these just look like the Combiner Wars Deluxes. Like, they look demonstrably different to me. Just mechanically and functionally, though, I was kind of like, well, you know, maybe there's going to be, like, two distinct aerial bots, but, like, this runs into the aerial bots overall thing over the years, which is they're also kind of boring guys. They're kind of 4 little block guys with planes on their backs, for better and for worse. It's a vibe they carry that I think kind of works for them in a Macross kind of way. Yeah, like, you know, he looks fine. I'm actually not opposed to picking up the aerial bots, like, as individual figures. It's just, you know, one of them is a commander toy that is going to have a whole bunch of stuff packed in and whatnot. I'm just probably not going to, like, go wild trying to, like, make sure I can get these on day one kind of stuff. And you know, there's a little flip out landing gear on the bottom, and that's kind of cute. I have, like, no opinions on the packaging. I think it looks fine, but, like, folks who think it looks really bad, like, I don't really, like, have a defensive argument lined up because I don't care, basically. Y'all saw what the fate of these boxes is going to be for me anyway. So, here's Slingshot. You know, these looks fine. Like, they all look fine. I will say, like, he doesn't seem to have, like, you know, a wing pack the way that, unless I'm missing something, the way that, you know, the Combiner Wars ones all very much just had a little airplane on their back. Seems like he's doing something a little bit different. Because, yeah, the Generations Studio Series boxes have homogenized somewhat, in a way where I think it still looks fine, but not to the point where I'm gonna, like, step up to, I mean, you take back what you said about the new boxes. I just don't have I don't have the actual honest passion for that. That would be me assuming a character. And yeah, there's no Alpha Bravo, so the whole thing is a complete mess anyway. But yeah, Legacy's color scheme was vastly superior to this stuff. But there's an austerity to, that's a weird word to use, but there's an austerity to this that I don't really mind. Like, for something called Age of the Primes, like, it kind of feels suitable. And And yeah, if people keep boxes, then, like, obviously it's much more of a conversation. It's just I don't. So I can't pretend to have an opinion that's deeper than, like, I'm gonna recycle it anyway. What I will say is, like, when it comes to keeping boxes, at least in terms of Studio Series failed all of you within the first year. There is no standardization to Studio Series boxes. And I've questioned how much Studio Series implies that it is a bookshelvable toy line when it absolutely is not, at least to my taste, for bookshelvable toy lines. Also, there's a bunch of artwork, well, a couple pieces of artwork of toys that have not been seen that were at that expo. One of them is Vortex from the Combaticons. So there is a chance that we may see Alpha Bravo again, I think. I hope we don't, because I want them to just give me the character, because I've done more for Alpha Bravo than anyone else working on Transformers. So just give it to me. Just give it to me. Hey, here's Fugitive Waspinator, by the way. I like the head on this a lot. Yeah, Heatwave and Skybite being the other two. I think we're going to get to those when I'm flipping through a bunch of stuff. But yeah, Fugitive Waspinator, it's, you know, it's Legacy Animated Bumblebee, a toy that I think is fine. I really like the new head on this. I think that does a lot of work. Kind of wasn't expecting a new head, so A. There's the box it will be in. And there's Solus, but this is now Milky Solus. And that you can see here, let me flip back. Like, here is a physical photo of a physical toy of Solus Prime, right? And then here's the CAD render. And that you kind of can see the Milky thing. So there's actually less to really look at with her because we've seen better photos of her already. Eve Tronia, did you write in Alpha Bravo's smut fic? I think not. Well, you know, I write a lot of things in my head. And I've storyboarded a lot of things in my head. I dare say, if we were to audit all the work I've done in my head for Alpha Bravo, I'm pretty much the creator of Alpha Bravo. There's G2 Grimlock. I'm happy that folks are excited about this. As a Canadian, I especially feel a little bit bashful about how much I don't care that they're making the blue Grimlock, but I've seen a lot of folks super hype about this, and I don't want to yuck on the yum. And, you know, there's the little wheelie in those colors, so Ayo. Oh, I didn't know they had a full-on shot of him. Oh, boy. Like, aggressively saying, no, we did not! We did not remove that piece of the steel tooling. Why doesn't he have the G2 symbol, though? Well, you know, when you crash on a jungle planet, you don't have access to everything, right? And, yeah, there's more of the Grimlock. It is G2 Universe Blue Grimlock. Actually, Grimlock has the wrong... well, no, wait. Did they ever... I don't remember now. Did the blue G1 Grimlock from G2 have the G2 symbol, or did that predate them doing the G2 symbol? I can't remember anymore. Yeah, Cypher had the name of the artist, and I've already forgotten it again. But yeah, it's from that Wild Boy Wheelie storybook. He has the tampo on his tail. He does! It says Autobot even! Okay, okay, alright. Good. Excellent. Earl Norem, thank you, Cypher. I always love when they pose that wheelie in his one other pose. And there's the Fallen, who we saw, thanks to Mark, before as, again, a physical toy. I think this looks fun. Just a big, meaty guy turning into a tank. You know, that's an inherent recipe for good times with Transformers. I think the part... if I review this guy, I'm going to end up referring to him specifically as Transformers, The Age of the Primes, The 13, Megatronus the Fallen, every single time I refer to him by name. I hope I remember to do that bit. But yeah, I think it just looks like a neat toy. It looks like he turns into a tank real good. The fire parts, I'm curious how greasy they will feel. I would like it if they're a bit more rigid so they don't have as much plasticizer, so they don't potentially disintegrate little pegs. But, you know, that's something you can test, basically. Like, the test you can do, as I understand it from the doll community, is if the translucent squidgely part seems to be sweating, then it's sweating out plasticizer and it has too much, and you need to towel that off. If it's not sweating, then you're all good. Oh, look, here he is. Here he is. Okay, so this all got more complicated because Hasbro sent out an email saying this guy's at Commander price point. I'm pretty sure that is wrong. Trent Salamander, Vandals, I hate to be the one to tell you this, but we are part of the doll community. No, we're part of the action figure community. Thank you. I guess I'll specify the doll community as in the folks who have dealt with plasticizer for decades and passed along some info to we, the babes, the little ones, who are like, why is the squishy plastic sweat acid? But yeah, there is the whole sort of imprecise amount of information that the Titan price point is going down. The Titan class toys are getting a little bit smaller, so that now there will be 3 to a case instead of 2. And that tracks with the physical Star Convoy that was at the show that people were able to deduce the size of thanks to the explosion pine cone that he's holding onto right there. So he is shorter than Siege Omega Supreme, but taller than Legacy Armada Optimus Super Mode. And that's neat. And also, that times really well with the world we live in, because the global logistics catastrophe is still going on, and now America is potentially about to, like, just urinate kerosene on it with the whole tariffs thing. So I think it behooves Hasbro, the corporation, to make slightly smaller Titans that they can ship 3 of per case rather than 2. Also, outside of the darker side of corporations, they've run through most of the Titan-sized characters, so it's a great time to downsize it a little bit. So I think all of that is like a whole bunch of not happy, but positively timed coincidence that results in something like this, which seems like an overall hooray. But yeah, this is the CAD model of Star. There's the Zodiac. That's really cute. This is all the stuff he comes with. So there's lots of photos of the one that was on the show floor, thankfully, which looks way better than this CAD model. But yeah, I'm really interested specifically in how the knee joints feel, because if those are big buttery ratchet joints, I'm gonna get actually tempted by this figure enormously. Because here's like where my little like my hot takes hat's gonna slap onto my head. I'm not really excited about Star Convoy as a concept. I used to be, until Star Convoy toys became readily attainable, be it the reissue, be it the Power of the Primes special version, be it the Mastermind Creations version, and I discovered I don't actually care enough about Star Convoy to want to spend money on Star Convoy. This might be, you know, when I finally break that dam, but also he's new Titan class, which will still probably be over 200 Canadian dollars. So that's no shade on the Star Convoy enjoyers. I was just kind of realizing, again, looking at this one even, that like I don't think I'd get excited about Star Convoy the way lots of other folks do, and that's fine. That said, the sculpt and the proportions are excellent. I love the legs. They're really like, they are making good use of the fact that his legs are full of his third mode, basically. Sorry, is this weird lightsaber from something? I don't think it is. I think it's a place to put a bunch of his pinecone effects. Or the funny-looking blue thing he has in the show floor. This is kind of cool, though. They are also carrying on with the whole, like, MIXMASHER Hot Rod can drive him thing, which is... It opens a lot of questions to me, headcanon-wise. I kind of want to know who is what in this setup, but I kind of doubt there's going to be fiction to go with him, so, you know, I probably will never find out. Kanzen Henkei, behold the boy in my chest. Correct. Yeah, there's the alt mode. Alt mode is part of the reason why I, like, kind of started to disconnect from Star Convoy. It just doesn't really excite me that much. It's fine. It's not like it's doing anything wrong. That's what his alt mode looks like. It's just not really... It doesn't light my fire the same way that, like, Solus Prime's truck mode does. And they're putting this mode in, and that's really cool. And you can see on the right there's a little, like, blue circle, and there's a GIF that came out of the show floor. You can spin that blue circle using its little nub, and that makes the little gun turret spin around. So there's a geared gimmick on a Titan-class toy. We did it. We're back. And yeah, it also comes with the funny little MIXMASHER transport truck thing, so there's that little hint, that little taste of kinda parallel, to Diaclone Reboot. The blast effects also are looking great on this, to be honest. Like, that's some of the best use of the effect parts in a while, because they make this look big. There it is. The close-up on this thing, for some reason, makes me start laughing. This also makes me start laughing. I don't know. I mean, this is good play pattern stuff. It's just very funny, too. Valkai says, I like that the transport truck transforms a bit now. Yeah. Like, it does stuff. That's cool. You can put him in it. And there's little Hot Rod. When I looked at this, the first thing I thought was, like, maybe I will finally have common ground with the people who yell Hot Rod shoulders all the time. But also, it doesn't really matter. He's just a MIXMASHER. I like that they got ball sockets on his elbows so that he also has a bicep swivel. That's going to let him emote a lot more. Ball socket hips with a lot of range. Demonstrably in this CAD shot. You know, this is a very emotable little MIXMASHER. The knee spoiler is, I believe, accurate to the original, I think. That's a specific MIXMASHER Hot Rod thing, if I remember correctly. I might be wrong. I mean, that's cute. Transformers CCG org. It is accurate. Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, I will say, if you think he looks kind of stupid with spoilers on his knees, that's also completely valid. But they're going for something with this where, like, I kind of like that they went that far, and he has the knee spoilers. Yeah, Valkai says, I love they refused to update his design. Yeah, this artwork rules. They should release this as a print. They won't, probably, but they should. You can also get a look at, like, some of the designs they're rocking for the 13 for this toy line, which is, you know, neat. Spoiler alert, knees. True. I do really like that they're focusing on the Zodiac as well, because there's always... So even though I keep saying, like, the fiction that won't exist, there's always some fiction, at least on a piece of paper, that dictates the visual storytelling of a Generations line right now. So, the 13, Star Optimus Prime, he's holding the Zodiac. I wonder if, internally, the concept is maybe, oh, the Zodiac fused with Optimus Prime, and that rebirthed the 13 to bring about a new age of the Primes or something. I don't know, like, you can, that's the impression I get from the artwork, for instance. I think that it could be interesting if the idea is the Zodiac is maybe, like, the crux of whatever this paragraph of storyline is. There's the feature cells. 4-step hot rod. And there's handsome Theisman. I know I've heard at least one of my contemporaries, I believe, talk about something about putting the head between Armada Red Alert's thighs because they are so big, and that would be a way to go, etc., etc. Woo woo woo. Thank you, Mock Tackle. Thank you, Daniel. This looks great. Armada Red Alert is a design who is of a time, and he comes with some baggage, that being a giant plank on his back as part of the design, and he's making it work, you know. He's got the flip out thing. Timu Canadian, they're leaving piles of money on the table by not releasing the art as prints or books. Yeah, I don't have an inside track on this, but I have prodded that line of questioning in past. And my understanding is everyone on the Transformers team thinks that, yes, it certainly would make a lot of sense to release all this artwork as a coffee table book. Which tells me that someone not on the Transformers team, who is a level, in one of the levels above them, is the stopgap that is making that not happen for various millionaire reasons. If not billionaire reasons, but probably just millionaire reasons. Probably some small-timer executive. And there's a lot of reasons I can think of that are not good reasons, but I can think of from the little bits and pieces I've picked up of how a company like Hasbro works, for instance, which is like, well, we own all that artwork, and that artwork, those are our assets. Those belong to us. And that there's like a whole stigma about like selling them as art itself, since that art is our possession, our IP, etc., etc. If they did release a coffee table book of that artwork, it would probably say art by Hasbro, which would probably be infuriating. Transformers CCG.org, they want to be on the hook for art credits and or royalties. Well, they wouldn't be, because my understanding is if you make art for Transformers the brand, that would be among this stuff that they use for packaging and whatnot, you don't get credited for it unless they just feel like it. Like I was alluding to before, there was a BotBots book, and if I recall correctly, the artist credit was Hasbro. If you look at the artwork for the Transformers Magic cards, they generously say Volta on them, but that is also still just a studio. So if they were to make a coffee table book, artists' credits and royalties would in fact be one of the few things that is not an issue. That's not great. That's not great. I don't like it. I think it's really devaluing to the artists. I think it's incredibly demoralizing to young artists who maybe are getting that work now. Hasbro's not the only company that does this. It's just they're the only one I look at. So, you know, I'm not going to say, like, you know, we all got to stop Hasbro from doing this. Like, a lot of companies do this stuff, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, folks like Emiliano Santalucia, folks like Marcelo Matir, what they get is they get the clearance to say they did the artwork. And they maybe get the soft clearance to sell, like, originals and or prints of some of their artwork. But, for instance, Marcelo Matir has done countless pieces of Transformers packaging art. It is my understanding he gets royalties for none of it. It has been my witnessing that he has had to, as the Transformers packaging artist, pay for his own airfare and Artist Alley table at BotCons, for example, while being the active Transformers packaging artwork artist. So, like, there's a pallor around that stuff. I'm getting a little bit off topic, so I do apologize. But, like, I do like to share this stuff because there are folks who maybe don't know, and that's fine. Like, that's completely valid to not know that stuff because it's kind of bonkers. Yeah, sorry, Cypher is saying a lot of stuff that is relevant here. It's contract work. You get a one-time sum. Yeah, and your art becomes property of the Transformers brand. So that is, for instance, why we had to make a very concerted effort to find out who drew anything original for the Transformers TCG under Wizards of the Coast, because at best, Drew Nolosco would say our friends at Studio Volta, which is fine, but that doesn't say who the artists are, right? You know, again, Josh Perez and Sarah Petra Durocher did a lot of legwork to, you know, say what they did. The Magic the Gathering Transformers artwork was also Volta. I believe Sarah Petra Durocher was the director on that project. So, again, thankfully, it's somewhere buried in Twitter, unfortunately, is a couple of artist credits relating to that. The Shattered Glass alt arts, what I caught is that those were actually done for something else. That something else was probably the Transformers TCG, but they were done a long time before the Magic the Gathering stuff, and then they were, you know, because they are property of Hasbro artwork, they were just pulled out of the vault and repurposed and put onto the alternate art Magic the Gathering chain gang. Anyway, I'll continue on, but like hopefully that tangent is informative. At least in terms of explaining some of the whys and, I guess, unfortunately, why nots as to the existence of Transformers artwork coffee table books. The War for Cybertron book is, like, it should be a coup. It should be a thing that breaks the dam. But I think that it kind of just got away with some of it by being tied to a Netflix show, by being a bit of an FJ DeSanto project of a book. I think it probably helped that most of that artwork was also already repurposed for the Transformers TCG. But that's why I wish that more of those books were out there, because, for instance, I'll just sidetrack for a second here. For instance, all of this artwork, if the Transformers TCG officially, through Wizards of the Coast, still existed today, this would probably, in fact, I'm going to say this would definitely be the character card artwork that was on those cards, because that was the case for Siege. So Solus Prime's Transformers TCG card would have been this bot mode on one side, and this alt mode on the other side. Probably not necessarily this background, but, you know, they have Photoshop layering that they can mess around with, etc., etc. So Transformers TCG was actually a great example of how some of this, the art is the property of Hasbro stuff, worked. That and, like, you know, obviously it used a lot of Legends art, which was another bank of pre-existing, owned by the franchise art that they already had, etc. Ramble, ramble, ramble. Woo, woo, woo. That brings us back to this guy. Anyway, you can see here, he has a left hand, and he has 3 alternate hands, and it looks like they just 5mm peg in, and that's great. That's great. KISS. Keep it simple, scumbag. I can't see anything wrong with this guy. Like, he's got some posing limitations, I think, but as I said, those are primarily because of the hunks that are on him by his design. Nor do I think they're really, like, supremely limiting his articulation. There's his box. And there's Prima Prime. Prima Prime is pretty funny. So, if you're having trouble saying Prima Prime, because it sounds like you're saying goofy clown Star Wars words, may I recommend Prima Prime. It's at least something. Prima is a word somewhere. No soundboard, no sound. DNA Designs proud to debut their first electronic soundboard, a recording of the soundboard from Armada Red Alert. Trent Salamander, Prima Prime has the same problem as Goo Goo Glass. I know it's Google Glass, but we all know it's Goo Goo Glass. So I would say Prima Prime is a way to untongue twister it, or we could just call him Prima. I mean, I think that's fine too. You know, you could just call him Prima. Paper Jody, Prima pronounced Prima is cousin in Spanish. Yeah, cousin Prime. Your subtitles could tell it was Goo Goo Glass. That's a very niche discourse, by the way, because Google Glass was a disaster. But I did always like the fact that everyone who says Goo Goo Glass is actually saying Goo Goo Glass, because we're all friggin' giant babies. But yeah, Prima Prime, I'm into this one, especially because Solus is a deluxe. That makes it easier for me to want to pre-order this and Solus, because Voyager and a deluxe, that's a good 1-2 punch. I think this guy looks fine. I like this alt mode. It's a good space truck. I think the robot mode's fine. I think the sword's fine. I think the head's fine. This guy's, like, aggressively fine to me. Like, this is a great example of, like, part of the reason why I'm into this one, despite it being kind of aggressively fine to my taste, is also he's very new. He's a white spaceman robot with blue bits. That came out sounding a lot weirder now that I said it out loud. But he's a frosty robot that's not from an 80s cartoon. You can put his matrix on his sword. He can do that. So thank goodness. We live in a country again. There's nothing about him that I find off-putting, really. There's nothing about him that makes me go like, yes! Solus has sauce. Solus has aura. The tabard is doing so much storytelling. Prima, is always going to suffer for the fact that this is all Prima actually is. He's the 13 who has the Matrix in his sword. That's his entire identity. So the fact that he has any, like, when the cheese wedge colored test shots were floating around, the fact that he had wheels in his legs made me get excited, because I was like, that's the most interesting thing Prima has ever done in his entire professional career, is have wheels in his legs in a toy of himself. So, I'm into this just because, like, it's new. Like, the way I'm parsing... Don't look at that yet. The way I'm parsing the 13 from this toy line is I would kind of like to collect them all and then roll with them the way I roll with the collaborative characters, which is just... I'll have them as a squad, and then I'll look at them and see, like, what stories play out when I stare at these. I like the idea of an iteration of the 13 who are physically present. They are Transformers with alt modes. I kind of like the idea that maybe these manifested from the Zodiac, because then you get into the fun thing of, like, are these the actual 13, or are these just manifestations, or are these just entities who think they're the 13? Like, there's a whole lot you can play around with creatively that I think could be really fun. I really like the idea of, not just manifestations, but, like, incarnations, just newborn Cybertronians who, for whatever reason, both resemble and think they are one of the 13. Are they? Who knows? Maybe if this Prime gets shot in the head, he just dies? Who knows? Like, it can be kind of fun to play with, I think. Anyway, chili dogs. We need to come over here for a second. Let's watch a movie together. So I really like this. I really like that this is not Sonic and Tails. These are two Transformers who landed on Sonic, the game, the planet. Because nothing makes me more happy about collaborative than them inventing new Transformers who landed somewhere. It also explains things like, the fact that these have human body types. The fact that Sonic is naked. He's not naked. That's just Blue Booster, the Transformer. That's not Miles Tails Prower. That's just Wingtail, who scanned Miles Tails Prower's famous iconic biplane. I do know about Sonic, man. Well, no, Sonic is not usually naked. Sonic usually wears shoes. Everyone ruined this for me. The entire friggin' pervert discourse slapped me in the face before I got a chance to think about this toy, because people pointed out, and not people from one group, many disparate entities across social media came together to say, check it out, he has a waxed bare chest, and he's not wearing any shoes. they got all the feet stuff going immediately, and I was like, well, if this is supposed to be Sonic, then like I don't know what to say, because you're right. Those are blue feet, and then the rest of his body is, yeah. There's red on his feet? What? You just can't see it. Well, I mean, listen, those could just be moles. Those could just be scabs. Like, you know, if you run around that fast, you're not even wearing shoes, you're gonna get cuts. You know, that's what the red is. But whatever, it's a Transformer, so it doesn't matter. Oh, okay. Wow, my voice croaked there for a second. TFW updated logo says TFW updated Star Convoy's price to $150 US. Okay, okay, that sounds more normal. That sounds more like it. Anyway, I think these look great. I'm not like a big Sonic head. I don't have a lot of opinions on Sonic the Hedgehog other than the memes I've heard. Pingus snooping as usual, etc., etc. But yeah, these accessories I think are really cool. I think this design is fun. It's a car transformer at the end of the day, and it turns into a neat car that apparently is from video games. I think this is an achievement. This is a biplane transformer. Those are not very common, and this one is not like skeletal. So I think they both turned out great. I kind of want these, actually. Also because they're original characters, and that's how you get me the most excited about Collaborative, is that they are original characters. They are Transformers who showed up in the wrong place and then just did their Transformers things. Trent Salamander, Sonic the Hedgehog is a property that it seems I'll always be orbiting, but I rarely call myself a Sonic fan. I know lots of Sonic fans, and I've spectated other Sonic fans. My friends who are Sonic fans, it's no judgment. It's just a thing. It's just a thing to be a fan of. It's just Sonic fandom has a whole lot of legend around it that I've been in proximity of on the internet, which is kind of funny. But I think these just look good. This just looks like good collaborative. Zimman 2, some collaboratives are a little bit funny about it. The Mandalorian is less clear, and I kind of got the vibe the Naruto 2-pack is a little bit more nebulous as well, which, like, I don't understand why. The Naruto pairing are, like, floating more in the Star Wars Transformers space for some reason. Yeah, Trent Salamander, they've got a The Mandalorian collaborative coming out, which just kind of looks like a good Star Wars Transformer. But it's also just The Mandalorian. They're not saying it's like Dark Sub-Rear who scanned the Mandalorian spaceship. So, yeah. Oh, Valkai says, I saw someone bring up Sonichu before. And, it's important to note that this Sonic does not have blue arms. So I believe that this evades a lot of the relevant Sonichu, connotation. But yeah, the 2-pack looks good. Apparently it's like 50 USD, so it's like leader class price point. That seems solid for, like, I'm assuming, like, 2 deluxe pluses. And yeah, it's been pointed out in the chat, but like there is designer connection between collaborative and Star Wars Transformers as well, which is not a bad thing. There were some good Star Wars Transformers. Collaborative just feels like there's like good everything though. Like I like collaborative a lot. But yeah, the Sonic the Hedgehog collaborative thing, like I think it turned out really well. Blue Booster and Wingtail, welcome to the franchise. Wow, that sounded horrible. Yet, I mean, you know, it's fine. It's okay. I mean, they're happy. I just feel, okay, like, this is a weird critique to have of a children's mix and match construction toy line, but I feel like it's just not doing anything to feel like the return of Hero Mashers. It just feels like it's very quietly like, we made some more Hero Mashers. Like, it's not excited. I wanted something more bombastic. There's something, like, oddly cowardly about this. Like, these start to do it. These got a little bit of sauce. A little touch. Mostly Optimus, actually. Megatron really lets me down, because it's just like, how'd you get wacky with Megatron? We gave him tank tread shoes! Okay. But then you look at Optimus, right? What'd you do for Optimus? I assume we're gonna see. Oh yeah, this is pretty funny. The Allspark blue on the conjoining bits, I'm of two minds, because I think that is a neat visual keystone to, like, let you know what parts to pull on. But look at what Optimus comes with whenever we get there, if we get there. Do we get to get there? Someday? Boy, there's a lot of photos. Here we go. Optimus comes with Arc friggin' themed power gloves and boots. That's more than what Megatron came with. So, like Optimus is, like, the one toy in this whole arrangement where I feel like we're doing something. Someone's hype about this. The rest of it just feels like really, like, quiet and, like vaguely embarrassed, and I don't know. Volkai says, they better make a MIXMASTER MIXMASHER. Yeah, I agree. Hey, look at this. That's starting to get something. That's starting to do something. I wouldn't say uninspired so much as I would say embarrassed. There's something about this where it's just like, it's like they're looking at the older fans in terms of how these have been sculpted and released with this, like, sorry guys, and it's like, no, look us in the eye and say, hey, you're gonna want these too, idiot. Like, just attack me with these. I don't feel challenged. I don't feel like they're saying, like, have you considered the notion of, like, what is the baseline serotonin that is the play of toy? Like, do you want to maybe think about throwing aside your adult conceptions of what makes good Transformers, or even just good action figure, and we're gonna say, you remember Transformers? Well, we got this bombastic bonkers toy line. Why don't you friggin' stop being a coward and dip your little pathetic little shriveled toe into this ocean that we are crafting here on this planet we are building? But instead they're like we got a little co-working space, and we got a Bumblebee and an Optimus Primal, and Optimus Prime has funny gloves and boots. You know, like, it's like you took a bunch of spaghetti noodles that are dry and you broke them all in half and then microwaved them, you know? Anyway. Evetronia, there was a trench listing for this line. So, hey, listen, like, start doing some interesting polls. Like, hey, I'll take a look. I'll take a look. Attack me, though. Attack me. Like, over here, they're like, look, it's Optimus Primal's famous mace as a pack-in with Starscream. And it's like, I mean, that's like if you threw a ping pong ball at my head. Like, I can ignore it. Now, attack ticks me. If this was giving me some attack ticks aggression, I wouldn't be yelling like this about MIXMASHERS, you know? I'm happy these kids are having fun, though. There's a lot of photos of MIXMASHERS. Okay, we're back to the top of this one. So that brings us to the day 1 roundup. How are we doing for time? Oh, okay, not too bad. Low key. I wasn't necessarily... I was maybe doing about, let's say, 40% of a bit. For real, I was hoping MIXMASHERS would do something that makes you go, haha, that's cool. And it's so aggressive. It's just so didn't. But also, bet you weren't expecting that take on MIXMASHERS, were you? You were expecting some, like,
Kids' toys? I'm 40 years old. I don't have time to think about kids' toys. Why would Starscream even... Why would the devs put Optimus Primal's mace with Starscream? Trying to tell me that I have to buy Starscream to complete my MIXMASHERS Optimus Primal? I'm supposed to buy Starscream? What do they take me for? Some kind of fool?
You know, you bet you were expecting that, huh? Huh? I expect these are neat. Wow. Trans Salamander just coming in and not hitting me in the kneecaps, just removing them and leaving. You know, now I'm just kneecapless on the floor trying to defend myself. Like, but no, I was making a point. Lee Cow.
Bet these. I bet these.
What are they called again? MIXMASHERS?
I bet these MIXMASHERS. I bet they all come with pronouns. Ugh.
Hitting behind the knees while standing straight. Everyone was not expecting me to grognard. I mean, I guess that's good.
MIXMASHERS more like woke washers. Now we're gonna tell...
Yeah. Lana Joe with the actual...
Now I gotta tell my kids not to play with them.
Trans Salamander, every time they complain about pronouns, we give another pronoun set to another robot.
Megatron binary.
Well, actually, that kind of rolls off the tongue, to be honest. By the way, that's not my only Chud voice. That's just, to me, that's the one who'd be doing the YouTube reaction video. Anyway, here's the pictures from the show floor. So this is kind of like a little smorgasbord smattering, a little cornucopia of visual stimuli to carry us out. So yeah, there's physical object Star Optimus Prime, who looks better. And yeah, he's got it. He's just wielding a dildo. Like, I don't know what else to call it. It's a giant, slightly veiny phallus on a handle. And like, I when I first saw the show floor pictures, I just was like, I challenged someone, tell me what that's supposed to be. Like, it's just a wiggly waggly, if not that, it's like a wiggly waggly rubber thing that goes like, you know, like when it hits you, it doesn't make a slap noise, it makes like a doof noise, right? It's probably wet, right? Moving along. This was my first look at Naked Superion. So you can see there, that's proper Naked Superion with, that's just what you get as a Commander toy. If you can have him have Silverbolt's head in that mode, then I'm super into it. Yeah, thwap. Gummy lightsaber, yeah. It's merely wet with his lubricant. Relax. I mean, am I allergic to his lubricant? What is it like? Is it chia seed, chia gel based, or is it non-toxic vegan? Like, what is it? You know, like you can't just slap someone in the face with your big wiggly wet blue thing without explaining like what's the chemical makeup. Am I gonna get a rash? Right? I want to make an appointment with receptionist Silverbolt at his security desk. I think the desk vibe is actually really cool. Like, generally speaking, There is something neat about the fact that the armature can form such a smooth and solid little wall. Something about that is actually activating, like, some good neurons for me. Paper Jody with the leak and lubricant, true. I'm in the wrong window again! There we go. There's a Mark Marr stream that people at this show got to watch, and I know there's a bootleg recording of it, but, like, I mean, surely they're just gonna stream it, and I can just watch it in real quality. Like, Griff says I like the drum kit. True. There's so many fun things that, like, repro labels and other, like, add-on part people could do with that thing. Yeah, this was weird. Those don't matter as much. Oh, that's the gorgeous photo. Whoever took these blue-tinted photos, they knew what they were doing. This is also the first photo I saw of this toy, and this is where I said, like, look at the blue thing. Like, it doesn't look like anything else. It's the fact he's a Titan class. I was gonna make some kind of, like, real basic empty forehead pegging joke, but then I'm like, this guy's the size of a small city. Like, that doesn't make any sense anymore, because everyone's gonna be too small. So, like, what does he do with it? Or is that his quest? Is that what the Zodiac is driving Star Optimus Prime to seek? Zimman 2. Now imagining Evangelist shows up to an orgy, someone pulls out a dildo, and he just says, is that going to give me a rash? I'm sorry that I care about my skin condition. I didn't think I was going to get friggin'... do we like rashes? Oh, T-Fan page. Hello. I thought I heard... So there's a bunch of show floor scuttlebutt that, like, as far as I know, is sourceless. But, like, part of it was that mush could form a flight stand thing. But I don't know where that came from. Maybe that's in the Mark Marr stream. I don't know. Trans-Elevator, always try to use water-based lube. No, I mean, like, listen, there's safety that we can follow. But if you just walk into a room and then this gigantic box man just has one ready to go, like, you know, I'm about to give you the right of all sentient beings, and, like, how do I know it's water-based? I mean, I can't trust someone I never met. You know, maybe that just makes me a paranoid person, you know? But, like, sorry, what are you all saying here? Apparently these display cases were in a life-size Optimus Prime trailer at the show. That rules. But yeah, this thing looks pretty good. In, like, lighting as a physical object. Eve Trony, I trust Optimus has my best intentions in mind. You know, I was about to, like, get argumentative about whether or not one should trust Optimus as a one-night stand partner, and I don't know where I'd be pulling any of my information from. But, like, this is an example of me recognizing that I have a yes-and problem. And and I need to give it a moment to breathe. This all, like, these photos. This was the first photo I saw of Solus. I saw this photo and I was like, yes, I'm pre-ordering that. That looks beautiful. I like blue lighting, obviously. That's informing me a little bit. Chris Mees, you know he'd be good about consent. Most Optimuses, perhaps, but we know there are a couple of Optimuses out there who are probably, like, not consent askers. Just enough of them that I would be wary of a new one. The Shadefish, would you be Optimus's rebound if he got out of a bad breakup and needed someone that night? No. Granted, I come from kind of like... I exist IRL in a version of a sort of demi to gray area on the ace spectrum. So, like, if Optimus was like, I just need to be the small spoon, I'd be like, listen, I understand where you're hurting from, but, like, I don't know you. Like, we gotta have a conversation about our interests and stuff. I did, yeah, T-Fan page, I did see the gif of Hot Rod spinning. That made me happy. Yeah, PT, exactly. Bayverse Prime simply took his face, demanded it, never once asked for it, just said, give me your face, ripped it off. That could have been a shirt. Anyway, these look great under this blue lighting. But this, where the hell did this come from? It's just Star Optimus Prime's instructions on one side. I don't know if Aaron is still here, but like, I will say this color palette and the legibility actually is promising. This could also be printed on a tiny piece of paper, thus nullifying most of that. But I like this color palette, this turquoise, this cyan, perhaps you would say. Crutal, yeah, may I please have your face? That's called I am better palette, but not great. Thank you, Aaron. Yeah, it's at least like legible what parts are being moved. You know, like that's how low the bar is, but it's also true. That combo gun is real weird. Yeah. Jim McKinney, please keep in mind the PDF. You didn't say please. I'm now starting to add this to people's statements. Keep in mind the PDF always looks crisper than printed with these instructions. True. Like that's kind of what I mean. Is like if this is printed too small, it's going to be all mushy and muddy, and then like yeah. Zimman 2, it's a minor thing. I still think Star Optimus Prime does not sound anywhere near as cool as Star Convoy. I have not seen a single person actually stick up for the name of this character. Everyone is like, I've been doing it during, I'm just calling him Star Convoy half the time. Because that's who it is. Like, I don't know how else to put it. That's who it is. Star Optimus Prime also has a consonants problem. Let's run through this. Star Optimus Prime. There's a Star Optimus. That's our Star Optimus is the part that doesn't work. Star Prime, I can say that. Star Optimus. My mouth is muddling on itself. Try to say Star Optimus 3 times really fast right now. You did what I told you to do. Friggin' sheeple. Don't do what I tell you to do. Just without think of what if someone walked in while you were doing that? What if someone came in and was like, "Why are you doing this?" You'd have to explain this whole thing here. Where was I? Those are the instructions. Ah, the boy. Oh yeah, Jody. It's very much like, you know, in North America we don't say convoy. Optimus Prime makes people look at it. Yeah, you know, marketing says just call him the 13 Star Optimus Prime. So yeah, this is demonstrably modeled off of Legacy Bulkhead, a toy I like. So I'm down with this. I know Legacy Bulkhead kind of has this like cloud floating over his head, the same way Legacy Prime RC does. I get it, but both those toys I ended up liking. And in a way where I don't really like go to bat for them, because most of the reasons why people don't like those two toys aren't really related to the reasons why I like those two toys, if that makes any sense. But I also think it's funny that Heatwave here has his knuckles molded on his gut. Those are his iconic truck knuckles. Yeah, I mean, Jody, it's kind of like no one has actually said yes for sure, but like he very much looks like Legacy Bulkhead as far as like the chest, those shoulder wheels, etc. I'm glad that this design is going to get a more wholesale retool, because maybe it will make the base skeleton of this design more palatable to folks as a toy. Because I think it's a cool toy. It's not like a groundbreaking figure, but it also demonstrably always had sole protagonist vibe in its silhouette. I assumed it was going to be turned into an Optimus Prime of some sort, but this is more interesting. His truckles. No, we don't. Medically speaking, like I'm not like, you know, accredited enough to speak to Heatwave's truckles. Because most like I'm not going to say I'm reading everyone's minds or anything, but like in most cases the problems that people have with Legacy Prime Bulkhead and Legacy Prime RC has to do with them being the Prime characters on the packaging they came in, which is like valid. I didn't really have that problem myself, to be honest, but like, you know, I can't fault people for not having the same neurons that I do, I guess. But we all, oh, okay, this is just show floor stuff. There's other artwork that was caught too. YOLO, okay, this is the YOLO Park. Is that clear? I'd love to take a photo of it and not own it. There's Alphatron from, I think, Covenant of Primus artwork. Oh yeah, the 13 there all have their Covenant artwork. Transformers. Some stuff we've seen. I guess this is a presentation. There's Mark Marr, hello! People really went hard on those statues behind him, because people definitely put more work into knowing the contents of the Covenant of Primus book than I have. So yeah, the 13 all have symbols. I am very bad at remembering those symbols. He can't hear you speak loud. No, I don't want to shout at him. The main thing of interest to me in this is Nexus Prime in the back, meaning like that they're probably going to try to do a Nexus Prime, and I think that could be super interesting. Also, Amalgamus Prime being kind of more like the TF1 version that is a more reasonable object to fashion in the real world out of human materials. That was kind of neat to see, too. The one on the end just being Power Master Optimus Prime. Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, that's the other Arisen before the Arisenist Arisen arose. And yeah, I don't mean to diminish the Covenant. It's just like the era that I was occupying in my fandom at that time was one of, oh boy, I kind of wish that this Binder of Revelations journey went differently. So I got the Covenant, I flipped through it, and I thought it was cool, but, like, it didn't connect with me super hard, mostly because of the candor at the time. But yeah, I have seen on social media, there are a lot of folks, a lot of folks who are just, like, being fed their candy with this stuff, and I appreciate that. I do. Also, yeah. Also, they're doing a new Skybite. But also with Nexus Prime, one thing when I was looking at him, sorry, I just saw people in the chat talking about Superior and Bruticus being so close together, etc. The first thought I had when I saw the silhouette of this thing was like, wouldn't it be cool if they did the retro future thing where, like, if you have all the frame combiners, the Commander class frame piece, each of those turns into a limb that ties onto Nexus Prime. So it's like he's the one who cellular budded into the frames, and that could be a neat way to, like, give the frame Gatai technology a bit of fiction. I don't think he's going to do that, but I think that would be that'd be a really cool play to go for, of like, hope you bought 4 commanders. Anyway. They're doing a Skybite. That's all we have of him is this picture, so, you know. I don't really know there's much that you can glean about the toy from this, because that artwork just looks like Skybite. If that makes sense. So they're probably going to make sure that Skybite's robot mode looks like Skybite. Jody's saying, I really hope Minimus comes with an even tinier version of himself. That'd be fun. Yeah, also, Thrilling 30... I'm going to do the thing. Thrilling 30 was 10 years ago, so it's been a decade since they tried Skybite, so I'm down for another one regardless. Yeah, I'm also, Griff, I'm hyped for Amalgamus, just because also Amalgamus is weird. And, like, the 13 are all unique, weird-looking robots, and, like, it's so exciting that, like, we're gonna get at least 12 new, weird-looking Transformers as toys. That's right, Transformers DCG org. This is going to be our farting 40 Skybite. Actually, you want to, because I wrote this, I have a review going up public tomorrow, and the subtitles point this out. Not me. The subtitles point this out at one point. That we are on the cusp of the Prime Wars trilogy turning 10. And they were more succinct about this than I am. When Combiner Wars turns 10, we are going to have a 10th anniversary of a Transformers line by name every year for the foreseeable. That's gonna be wacky. Because it's going to be the 10th anniversary of Combiner Wars, and the 10th anniversary of Titan's Return, and the 10th anniversary of Power of the Primes, and the 10th anniversary of Siege, the 10th anniversary of Earthrise, and the 10th anniversary of Kingdom, and then the 10th anniversary of Legacy, then the 10th anniversary of Legacy Evolution, then the 10th anniversary of Legacy United, and then the 10th anniversary of the Age of the Prime. It's just going to... We're going to have a decade of 10th anniversaries! It occurred to me today while I was editing the review. I was like, oh my god. We're on the cusp of the endless 10th anniversary. Anyway, that's just the thought I had today while I was editing. Daniel, I want to get off. Because, like, once it starts, when we hit the 10th anniversary of Combiner Wars, I don't think they're going to do this to us, but they feasibly could make every Transformers line from that point forward a 10th anniversary throwback forever. Oh, there's Onyx, by the way. Cybertron Prime, I'm late, but I came home to Commander Armada Prime. Hell yeah! Daniel, I'm about to turn 30 next year. Yeah, I'm really happy they're going with the Centaur thing on Onyx. I get the feeling they're not gonna do the Shockwave related stuff that you could do with an Onyx release. That's fine. DNA Designs probably will. But yeah, they've gone for earth tones on them because I think they're going to lean into the beast part. So they're going with mammalian browns. I'm really curious what the alt mode's going to be on this because the Centaur Transformers are not very common. I'm a big fan of oh, what's it called from Brave? Now it just flew out of my head. It's the one where you get the fourth member and they combine into a centaur. Pegasus Saber! Pegasus Saber! It's been a while since something like a Pegasus Saber. Trans Salamander, oh my god, he's a tar. Yeah, look! Look down there. There's two arms, 2 legs, and then 2 more legs, and a tail, and wings. What if the Centaur is the alt mode? Maybe the third mode is between the... Yeah, I mean, this could also be maybe a pseudo-combiner, maybe along the lines of Magmatron, who knows, but... Oh, we know about you already. Also, there's, like, I think this was already known, but there's, like, the super proof that Crasher's getting a packaging refresh, so hooray. And there's Armada Relic. That artwork is just so good. Oh, Jody. Yeah. That was either in a leak list or a Space Bridge reveal. I forgot which. But, yeah, Crasher's getting a package refresh so that she's no longer obscenely rare depending where you live. So it's just going to be, I believe, it's just going to be the Velocitron 500 Crasher. But a lot of people didn't get a chance to buy that toy. So, that's pretty cool. Team of Canadian Speedia Crasher seems to go for 80. Jeez. Trans Elementor, I spent like $90 on Crasher, Lamau, but I want more people to have access to her. Yeah, that's the way. Chris Carnage, take it easy. Chris Carnage has a new review up of Ocular Max Incertus, the Groove motorbike that just came out. Go support Chris Carnage. Check out that review if you get a chance. Is the mark? I'm probably gonna, if it doesn't come out in like a week, I'm gonna go find the bootleg and watch the stream. But like, I don't want to watch someone recording it on a wall. It's 2024. Sola's looking good. What's that on the table? Okay, it's just packaging samples. All right. The one Prime with the mustache. Yeah, I think that's Alchemist. I think. They're going for like a mixture of Macadam and then other Macadam, it feels like. You can see there on the top left, next to Vector. I think that's supposed to be Alchemist, because the eyes are very much modern Alchemist, but then the mustache is very much that one picture of Macadam that people keep passing around. Seen that. Yeah, it's looking good. I'm warming up to Prima every time I see a new angle on Prima. Sunspot Prime, someone analyzed the symbols on the other image of the that is Alchemist. Oh, okay. That's cool. So ideally we'll get a figure of a Transformer with a mustache. So, ayo. Yeah, Bun Yeast, nobody knows. Someone said on the show floor it was confirmed that that is the Vector Prime. Given that Walmart is getting a capsule based on the anniversary of Cybertron and Galaxy Force, that seems like a Vector for them to do, like, a recolor in, like, I guess, you know, the caramel maroon or whatever. Like, there was a lot of show floor bullet points that, like, I'm sure they're correct, but they were very much like, I asked on the show floor, and like, I don't know really where all that was coming from. There's some Prima. There's the blue Grimlock. I mean, on the bright side, my understanding is every release of this Grimlock toy after the one that I bought has felt really good. There's Dat Fallen, Megatronus the Fallen. There's Mark just looking adorable with with all that Superion mush. Yeah, this was the first photo that we saw where, as you can see on the right, if you look at the Concorde with Fast Pack from like a low angle, it suddenly looks sharply worse, much like a lot of airplane Transformers do. I appreciate from a top angle it's mostly wing and tail fin. Then we got all that Star Optimus Prime stuff. I'm assuming Mark is incredibly hype about the base mode. And we got the Sonic thing. Oh, they changed the backdrop on him. That's cool. I've accepted the plain Grundle. We're just calling it that? I mean, I'm fine if we can call it that. On the Grundle, I don't actually really know what the Grundle means. I've just heard it enough times that I've kind of ascertained what it means. But I don't know if it's also like, is that like a word I'm supposed to be careful about using? Like, is that an improper noun? Or is that just one we can be fast and loose with? It's the taint. Well, that's the thing, is when I was like, what do they mean when they say the Grundle? Then I would get shown the line, like, it's the Grundle, it's the taint, it's the etc. and the etc. And I'm like, alright, but that doesn't tell me what it is! I figured it out, I guess, but... It's improper in that it talks about an intimate body part. True. True. Well, when it comes to Transformers, this is what a weird way to lead into a sentence. Eventually, like, you start wanting to have some shorthand for, like, common parts of a Transformer that have hinged pieces on them. So occasionally I'm like, well, do I call this Ironhide's Grundle, in which there is a hinged flap for his hip parts to move through? Okay, yeah, the twixt ball arse no folks land is often a Transformers relevant part, so I gotta remember that. The technical term is vagina. Well, then that's more. Anyway, the I am right beneath enemy vagina. That would have been a different movie. Slightly. It would mostly have been the same movie. But I think we would have been talking differently about Devastator. The Mussy. You just put Ussy on things now. Jody with the leak and lubricant once again. So here's where you can see some height, by the way. There's a Titan class that is about to come out next to someone that I assume is the same height as Legacy Menasor. So, you know, head taller, way more thick everywhere, and lots of bits and pieces. Eve Tronia with the Grim Schlong. True. No, I know they've just been putting Ussy on things. I mean, I've done it a couple times. It can be funny. I'm just trying to, you know, I'm trying to have some granular stances on where in which we are placing our Ussy. So the first time I saw this photo, sorry, I just remembered that, I thought there was just a gigantic star convoy behind this guy, and I was like, when are they releasing that one? Nah. Vertic, why do robots have genders anyway? Well, you know, we started it, and there's actually I don't know where you can find it now. There's a podcast I did with Mikey G. Wolf, Irish Paleo, with regards to the notion of, like, the humanization inherent to science fiction entities like the Transformers. And basically, it is a fiction that is written by humans. Therefore, there is likely to be humanism attached to it for the sake of making the fiction communicatable to other humans, if that makes sense. So there are Transformers, for instance, who are more demonstrably male or female, in part because we as humans, who often, not always, but often are demonstrably some more so than others, male and or female, that will inherently be an aspect of a fiction that we create. Sideswipe Prime, that's episode 609. Jesus! I didn't remember where we did that talk. Thank you very much. I'm gonna forget that. Probably write that down somewhere. But yeah. Vertex 7, does Megatron have a girlfriend? It depends on your continuity. There are a lot of different Transformers continuities with a whole lot of different things. But generally, Megatron more often has boyfriends than girlfriends. That's just, you know, speaking scientifically. Megatron tends to be a loud brat in some kind of tragic yaoi situation. That's kind of like core to the Megatron character. What is on the table? Oh, that's Sonic and Tails. Okay. Oh, there we go, there we go. Vortex. Look, it's Vortex from Bruticus. Helicopter, you all remember. There you go. Well, technically, Megatron, I think, is more often boyfriend with Starscream or Optimus now. Only really in the Audio G1 storybooks do I feel there's real, like, actually, like, couple vibes for Megatron and Soundwave. That's the one where Megatron is Mum-Ra, and Soundwave is a moaning whiner. The old Switch of Ruby, weird Alpha Bravo repaint. Yeah, you know, they got to throw a bone to, like, the folks who like the repaints. I'm fine with that, you know. Oh, are we unleashing the Megatronia fiction in the chat? Logos, the amount of people who I feel were legit like, wait, is that Alpha Bravo was funny. I mean, Alpha Bravo came out first in the context of Combiner Wars. Alpha Bravo predates this, nonetheless, I guess, interesting character. I got a whole, someday when I know how to film things better and I don't have so much stupid depression clutter, one of the action sequences that I've storyboarded in my head at length is a Megatronia versus Orthia one, because I see them as sibling entities of sorts, and I think it'd be a really fun piece to put together the way that it exists in my mind. Because I mean, I sort of am headcanoning, like, a whole lot of details for Orthia, because, like, they're probably never going to talk about Orthia again, ever, in this intellectual property franchise. But I tend to roll with the idea that Orthia is mostly like a manifestation inheritor of the Solus Prime stuff, whereas Megatronia is like a sort of entity that is not necessarily supposed to exist, that is a sort of antithesis to the notion of an Orthia. Let's realize there's more photos here, too. There's some group shots in extremely potato quality for those of you who want to, like, science out some size comparisons. Oh, Paper Jody, one of my goals is to just make animatics. But, like, I'm running into even, like, my little stupid writer's block stuff with that. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating. But, like, I want to also dive into filming it toyetically, just so that I also get more practice. Make some messier stuff with concepts I feel solid on, so I can make nicer looking stuff with concepts I don't know I've made up yet, if that makes any sense. Also, I just really want to do something cool with Power of the Prime's Elita, because I think that toy rocks, and also is probably something we'll never see again. And I happen to own Orthia, because I happened to get Greenlight before that toy became $100 million, so I've got access to the parts. My main problem right now is I just don't have room to comfortably film stuff that isn't kind of like in a tight space. And a lot of that's on me and my depression clutter. So hopefully somehow I can, like, clear my space more so I can feel more comfortable to stretch my legs out and film some stuff that's a bit more wide scope. We'll see Power of the Prime's Elita 1 for its 10th anniversary in, like, 3 years. I did that. I caused that notion to exist. That's my... I did that to myself, technically. Oh, thank you, Jody. It's a large, like... It's a sprawling problem that kind of, like, spawned in the... Well, it spawned in the mid-2010s when we had a you know, a very basic family tragedy, and I think it kind of has spiraled since then. And I've only been able to really identify it around 2020, but then a whole other thing made it real easy for me to not do anything about it. for a couple of years. I always say, oh, this is a really good side-by-side. I try to at least, like, take copious notes about myself and my observations as much as possible, so that whenever I someday actually do have a therapist, I can show up with, like, my little binder of revelations and go, like, I did a whole bunch of work already. I guesstimated a bunch of things. But yeah, assume that Superion is the same height as Legacy Menasor, and you get what your new Titan height and thickness is. The thickness on those limbs on Star Convoy are actually those are really drawing me to that figure. It just feels like you can grip and move the parts, and it would be so friggin' satisfying. And yeah, team, I will say, like, whenever I talk about my brain on a stream, especially, I'm never, like, doing so with the idea of, like, hopefully someone can fix me. It's just, like, a mixture of venting and maybe some commiseration. Maybe, you know, someone else feels similarly, and we can bounce a little trauma ping pong, dull the ball a little bit, and continue on. I don't trauma dump. I trauma serve with my table tennis racket. Oh, look at the dude. I don't know everyone's name, unfortunately, even though they're listed right there on the wall. But look at dude holding Star Convoy. Like, that's kind of getting it across. Like, that is a grippable set of thighs. That's an even better shot of it. I do like this visual of a bunch of designers sitting on some chairs holding toys they, I assume, worked on, but holding them as children do. Something really, really, like, precious and beautiful about that. Jody, I love how little G1 Prime looks in your star. Yeah, on the very left. A teeny tiny little box guy. Oh, this is interesting. Why are they talking about Power of the Primes? I like that. Old mate on the end holding the two little ones, super jelly of the Star Convoy guy. He's looking right... Oh my god, he's looking right at Star Convoy. But, dog, you're holding the Fallen and Prima. I mean, I think Star Convoy looks really cool. If someone handed me the Fallen and Prima, though, I think I would take those, because I think that's handleable, tactile fun. Yeah, the Earthrise Prime back there as well, the Kingdom Rodimus back there. I hope... Has anyone... Oh, hang on. Sorry. Do you all see the Fallen standing on the bottom right like a friggin' puppet master monster down there? That's really cute. Fallen's just like, no, put me down. I'll do crowd control. I'm Megatron this. Anyway, I hope whatever they're talking about has been, like, written down. I would like to know what they're talking about with this presentation. Yeah, Jody, now he's holding Solus. He's got the 3 toys that I would like to just be given. Lena Joe 87, Fallen standing there like that video of the dog wandering in on that outdoor symphony. Sorry, Zimman, sorry. Megatron is calm of the Fallen. You're correct. Logos. Folks in the Wiki Discord found a recording of this, so I'm sure... Oh, hell yeah. Okay. Top folks. Processing now.
Red alert's also in that guy's pocket. Megatron is calm of the fallen, just chilling out down there on the floor is so funny. I don't need a human to hold me. Oh, where'd he go? Okay, the guy with Star Convoy's holding him. Wait, is he? No, he is. He is. I thought the Fallen disappeared, and I was like, did someone just run up freaking toe punt the Fallen? Get out of here! Ichabod, what's up? He escaped. No, I think the guy with Star Convoy has him in his other hand. He probably was making moves to escape. This is what we call the unflattering photo of everyone. The rare skill to, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21 individuals all simultaneously taken at an unpleasant angle in one photo. That is a skill. Well, not unpleasant, I'll just say unflattering. Lots of side mask jowl, lots of... Yeah, the red light is also, like, doing nobody any favors. Lots of back of heads. I don't know what's going on here. What's that in the back? Is that the Karakuri or whatever stand thing? Oh, here's the, who was this? Was this YOLO Park? Yeah, it's YOLO Park. So here's a bunch of the YOLO Park Great Protos. The guy on the left with the glasses looks real excited. Yeah! What's he getting? I want it! This is cool. Unicron Trilogy stuff, even when it was the year like 2007, 2008, I always felt Unicron Trilogy stuff was very uniquely excellent at displaying together as like a unit. Wonder where you get that being yellow. Oh, I didn't even look at the top margin. I was looking at the tiny red line in the black line, or the tiny red text in the black line on those placards and realizing that was the Yellow Park font. I didn't even look up at the top. Archer Monster. So I watched your podcast and did mine for an hour, and you're still going. Look, I've only been going for what? I've only been going for about 3 hours. 3 hours. That's a nice tight 180 minutes. I'm just chilling. Archer Monster, how does this make you feel, seeing, like, this oeuvre all assembled in a nicely lit case? That's gotta feel kind of cool. They made Unicron flip the what did they did? Philistines. Yeah! Friggin' 2002 ass, Gen X college student ass, friggin' Transformers with but Unicron's flipping someone off. I just graduated and I don't know a recession's coming. I don't know why I'm not actually mad about that. Classically, I've been grumpy about that. Only because it's so friggin' basic. It's so friggin' emptiest forehead, basicest ass, like friggin' toddler trying to quietly but firmly form their first cuss word in their mouth. Friggin' literally the only thing that I'm a stick in the mud about. It's just for it's like people like whisper shouting cuss words at each other after high school over COD energy to me. Archer Monster, the groupings at Cybertron Con is always great to see. Yeah. This is cool. Like, this is cool too. Is this the new one? This is the new one, right? Yeah. It's got the stand. I was not able to pre-order, well, back this, unfortunately. But I'm confident that if I really want it, I'll probably be able to catch it sometime, and if it ships next year, sometime next year at a TFCon. Oh, Archer Monster, my cat's been sick and hanging with my kid. I'm sorry to hear that. Also, they got ankle tilts. That's actually what when I was looking at God Magnus, and I'm like, wait a second, he has definable feet. That has to be the new one. He's not standing on weird brick stilts. But yeah, my confidence is born from the fact that the TFCon right after Deathsaurus shipped, there were a lot of Deathsauruses in the dealer room, and they were not marked up all that badly. It was like maybe 50, 60 bucks markup. That's fine for like missing a HasLab pre-order and finding it later. You guys and your ankle articulation. Oh, I can't help but notice, can't help but notice some of these ankles don't seem to be keeping their feet flat level to the to the ground. I was gonna look at this, but are those like official backed cosplayers, or are they just fans cosplaying? Either way, that's pretty cool. But yeah, this looks great. I hope that they're able to finagle a Yellow Splendid Convoy release of just this. Because also, I would like for them to just crack the seal on doing HasLab stuff outside of the HasLab campaign. At least for Transformers. Why has Meg's got cat ears? Why wouldn't... I was about to say, why wouldn't Megatron have cat ears? But I don't really know what I could base that on. Daniel says, after Deathsaurus went up, I was able to source a Victory Saber off the boards for not much of a markup either. Yeah, there's probably a window, but like I feel like Transformers HasLab stuff that isn't Unicron so far, if you're willing to pay like 50, 60, maybe 100 markup, although that's a bit rough, but 50, 60 markup at least, like, it seems doable. At least it's not impossible. DLC. What else we got? That's a nice shopping bag. Oh, that's cool. Is that... What is that? Is that glass or is that, like, sugar? Does anyone know? That's actually really cool. Like, the kind of threading makes me want to say sugar, but I don't know what people can make things out of nowadays. Taste the JPEG. It looks edible. Hot glue. Maybe? Yeah. I think it turned out really well. Like, however it was made. Cement? I mean, I guess if you are really skilled with that stuff while it's in its most watery state. Where are you all getting these taste transmissible screens that I don't seem to own, that I would like to have? When I lick my monitor, I just get electrocuted. Yeah, I'm going to move along. I keep forgetting this exists. Looks very good, kind of outside of my interest, but it's a well-done piece. Not a day goes by that somebody does not say, why did these come out this way? So have I ranted about this lately on a stream? Because for those who want to hear my take, which I think is correct, nobody on a Takara Tomy design team would submit these and say, I'd finished my work. So I'm pretty sure that this is a result of Toho, the licensor, coming in and saying, just put our logo t-shirt on Optimus and Megatron. And as quickly as humanly possible. I believe that every single negative aspect of these Godzilla collab pieces is coming from the Toho side. That is just from my layman's understanding of some licensor stuff, and from my very biased, admittedly, belief that this is simply not what the Takara Tomy team would come forward and say, like, look what we did! I just don't think that's the case. It's the part where they're wearing logo t-shirts that also really tells me that's coming from the Toho side more than anything else. So, I always like to say that, say my little piece here and there, just because I feel like, I mean, I'm never gonna go like, and also these are great. There's bits of these I think are cool, but I think that they are very weak, and I think that a lot of that is coming from the licensor. Licensor? I always mix that up. But yeah, the logo thing, I can't see a planet where Takara Tomy were the ones who came forward with, like, and we're gonna put a Godzilla logo on his chest. Like... But yeah, it's neat that I think it's double neat that the alt head on the Grimlock mold is going to exist in production, at all. That's really cool. You know, fitting the Megatron abdomen stuff into there, like that's a neat touch. Zimman 2, I don't know any specifics, but being a Godzilla fan for most of my life, it's generally good to assume it's Toho's fault. Yeah, that's also something I learned from the Godzilla fans. But yeah, I think, like, to me, these are really neat, effective pieces done under creative duress, is how I have processed these. I'm not saying everyone has to think the same way I do, but, like, I always kind of go like, man, don't throw this at the feet of the Takara Tomy folks. Demonstrably, even at this very show, a lot of collab efforts are a lot more inspiring than this. Because, yeah, I'm going to list all the cool parts. On Megatron Godzilla, the alt head, genius. The gut parts, very cool. The blue that is existent, that's neat. On the Laser Optimus, the Kiryu red tear streaks coming off the eyes down the cheekbone structures, that's really cool. The Kiryu connection, as I understand it, is a very subtle, clever idea, kind of. The alt modes, I think, look fine. I like to throw out the bits that I like, just because, like, these, you know, otherwise are kind of, they're kind of bunkum in a lot of ways. But yeah, I always like to take an opportunity to go on my little soapbox ramble about how I'm pretty sure that it's Toho's fault. Like, even this bingo sports thing, like, what a goofy, silly little thing, but they made an Optimus Prime out of crosshairs, and like, hey, that's not easy. That involves some thought and some tooling ideas. MPG, Jinrai, and Super Jinrai are looking really good when they're in person. They look way better than the CAD model stuff. That was the original promo shots. I can't, like, pre-order these comfortably, because, like, there's too much. But I kind of would like to get a hold of these, unless, like, some really spooky QC issues come up once they release. I think these look really good. Picky Peas, I do like how much of this should make people go, huh, Grimlock really does look more like Godzilla than T-Rex. Like, yeah, low-key, that's also why I like the pull on the Megatron Godzilla. Is this the most expensive single masterpiece now? I think the 6th train bought with the giant box sometimes is more expensive due to shipping logistics. Maybe? Skyseu, holy cow, it's Dan Transformer! Bunnies, if I recall correctly, they have a ton of unused head molds for a bunch of stuff, right? Like, Siege, Astro Train had the Galaxy Shuttle head mold, which they had to track for the retool. Yeah, there are a number of unused alternate heads that, like, exist. I don't know if they exist in the realm of, and we can just dig it up. Oh, Mechanova King, I didn't see you posting before. Hello, what's going on? Yo. Yo, gamers rise up. Paper Jody, my understanding is that to find the Galaxy Shuttle head, they had to, like it was a lot of work. Like, a lot of archive diving. There's I think the Instagram info post actually goes into that story, I think. So it should be on record somewhere. Okay, V-Rider, the retool happened because Mark was looking through things and found it. Okay, so it's the opposite. It's the head just manifested. That's like an orchestra, I'm guessing, playing Transformers music. I'd like to hear that. I hope that these are on record. This could be really interesting. This is... I've seen people try to buy this off AliExpress. This is the Blockies exclusive that, like, is impossible to get a hold of or something, but it's not, but it is. It's, like, in a weird nebulous space. Okay, V-Rider, it's the Instagram post, because that's how we know John Warden was the one who made it. Okay. Yeah, Long River Valley. Galaxy Shuttle willed himself to retail. But yeah, this thing is, like, has an item page on AliExpress, but, like, my understanding is people have been having a lot of trouble actually securing an order for it. I think it looks really cool, but, like, this is something I would buy if I was at this show. I don't know that I would necessarily, like, want to put in the work to track one down. Is this Prime from a berry of some kind? Yeah, I don't know what the... Like, I'm assuming it's Energon something or other. Unless I'm missing something. PT, how I get that pink Blockies. Yep, I saw a bunch of people trying to get this on Blue Sky, I think. Trying to get this off AliExpress and running into problems. But I didn't really look into it too much. Oh, V-Rider says, King Cherry Blossom. No, like, I see the breast cancer awareness thing, but is this actually breast cancer awareness, Optimus? The promo photo The promo photo has him near a sakura tree. Okay. Oh, Eric, this also this is under some lighting that could really be, like, polluting the sakura-ness of the hue. Like, they have a lot of blue lighting going on. Yo, whose haul is this? Oh, sorry, not AliExpress. Thank you, Logos. It was on Show-Z and is sold out. Yeah. Oh, Trans Salamander. The prostate cancer Optimus Prime skit was from, I believe, episode 1 of Robot Chicken, too. Like, season 1, episode 1. The most innocent form of Robot Chicken. Pepto Prime. Nice one, Lee. kind of feeling like having a little treat for myself. I'm gonna grab one of these twin snakes. Oh yeah. Ugh. Oh, that's the stuff. Here's the thing you do, though. You take a twin snake, and you rip it, so you take the sweet one first, because that's the less interesting one. You save the sour one. Oh, that's good. Oh, Skyasu, did you ever finish asking if I ever completed the reviews for the Unique Toys Abominus set? I have not. I still need to someday. I was actually thinking about that 2 days ago. I think I never did the video for the bird. And the reason why I never did the video back then for Hunger is because I went through a months-long journey of trying to get fixed hip ratchets for Hunger, and the end result was that the person I was talking to who had communications with Unique Toys ended up being sent a giant Ziploc bag of like 500 different sized hip ratchets, and I was like, just give me the bag and I'll sort it out. And it took me weeks to install them because I peeled out all the ones for the Hunger, and then the first ones I put in broke, and I took them out and put in new ones. And then other parts started to break, and I fixed it eventually, but I was so annoyed that I was like, I don't want to review this right now. I'm too annoyed about a situation that nobody else will go through. But then as the years went on, I was like, now I'm just too depressed to remember to fit this in. Oh, there are reissues coming out. That is a good timing. It is good timing. I also had to like purchase my own copy of Sinner Twin because the test shot they sent me had an empty space where the combiner mechanism was supposed to be. That's not so much a problem. It's just that was also that like it was all these little stacked annoyances basically. Yes, groin will rise again. I mental storyboarded the Gatai sequence for that set because they're all ostensibly in the Unique Toys demonstration of them. They were always kind of given ad copy and visuals to imply they're all wizards. So my idea is that Troll and Alberic are wizards, and then Sinner Twin and the Bird are their familiars. And then Hunger is like their like dark super wizard, and then they're like I wanted to have them like casting magic spells to like combine, like Woolzard in Magi Ranger, but with more pentagrams. Eric, they're the Unique Toys Abominus, Ordin, or as his font looks like, Groin. Oh yeah, I want to look at these too. I thought these were going to be in the day one photos, but they're not. But yeah, I want them to basically like satanically combine because that feels like a thing. And then like after I thought of that, then TFC Toys was like, our Abominus will be named Satan, and I was like, friggin' plagiarists. You steal my... Your spies bug my brain and steal my ideas? You... Yeah, 30DLX is doing 07 Ironhide and Jazz. I think this is pretty exciting. Jazz is just, like, basic, like, easy biped robot with good sculpting. That's going to be probably a home run. The one I'm curious about is this, because Ironhide, Movie 1 Ironhide's body doesn't make sense. So there's always the curiosity of, like, what will his shoulders be? What will his hips be? Because that's the question every time a new toy comes out of 07 Ironhide, is like, what part of him will be torso? And what part will be arm? And what part will just float? So I'm really curious how they're going to block out the articulation on this one. I think they're just standing, though. These are just like resins, so they're not gonna... Yeah, they're not like articulate or anything. But these look solid. I like how you can see all the tires through the back of Ironhide. And then silhouettes for like, oh, I wonder who these are. Something. I will say, respect for taking the silhouette reveal meta from third party and then just doing it IRL. Like, that's pretty cool. That's a step up. Oh yeah, like 3.0 DLX, the detailing is going to be solid. They are working off of ILM's 3D models, if I recall correctly. So, like, it's as accurate as possible. The silhouettes are, it listed them here, Ratchet, Optimus Prime, and Bumblebee. So there's Optimus Prime. There is Ratchet. I at first couldn't see it, but the more I look at it, the more I can see it. And there is Bumblebee. They are in the day one photos? Oh, I wasn't done yet! I could... there was a photo of this already. I thought we were done. Hang on. This is the big Optimus Prime trailer. Okay, these have to be sugar. This looks like they're being eaten. That's pretty cool, though. Oh! Oh, look at that! There's more things I didn't look at. Huh. Huh. There's DLX Lockdown. Oh, they're doing DLX Lockdown. I forgot. Oh, that's very coded to me. That calls for a twin snake. Okay, yeah, there they are. So this is YOLO Park. That child is very fascinated with lockdown. Oh! That kid's got my energy. Okay, there's some more MPG stuff. There's more of you with your ankle tilts. Yeah, D: would touch a side eye. That's my lifestyle. If I could just buy this Bingo Sports Optimus Prime for like 20 bucks at a Walmart, I actually would. But I don't think I can. Talked about you two already. Is this Trumpeter? Or who is this? Or is this a transforming one? Eve Tronia, :3 is my lifestyle. Hell yeah. Oh, it's the MPM reissue. Right, right. It's the one with the fancier paint or whatever. I don't know why I thought this was the Trumpeter model kit. It's just something about the head shape. Oh, here it is. Here it is. My Optimus Machina. I'm so into this. Like, this is the kind of stuff I like to see getting experimented with. Yeah, transforming Kuro Karakuri. I kind of got the vibe, Evetronia, there's a lot of people are kind of like, that's neat. Like, this is the way I reacted to Star Convoy. Like, this is that for a lot of people are like, that's neat. But yeah, this is very much like something I wanted to see Transformers actually do, like unite a lot of the kookier licensed aesthetics with like actual transforming pieces. Yeah, this MPG is looking good. This poor box shot. Yeah, in physical, the deluxe aerial bots, I think, have a little bit more oomph. I'm gonna lower this down so I don't have to reach up to hit my arrow keys. And, like, this shot of Naked Superion, I think, is, like, doing a lot for me, as far as, like, I'm kind of seeing it as an entity now. Oh yeah, Bunnies. There's like a Toy Colors with Mutant Mask 3-0 Primal. I'm not sure if it's in here, but yeah, that new head on Waspinator Wasp is, it's the unifier. It's what's making this really work. That's making the fire effects look really good. That angle. White. I love the instruction book just rattling around in the box behind them. Oh, this looks so good. Another Solus shot. This looks so good. You can see the two smaller pieces of tabard forward while the middle one is still down. Yeah, Transalamander. TFA Black Arachnia, not enough of a retool. Just realizing and appreciating the crotch stamp on display Star Convoy. Also noticing the box says till all are one 5 times. Like it looks like it's for the sake of multilingual, but it just says till all are one over and over again. Little guy. So it looks like these platforms can just be ejected and kind of live autonomously? That's kind of cool. Cena Nuva, it was the other way around. Takara did a Beast Wars Black Arachnia out of animated Black Arachnia, if I recall correctly. I'm pretty sure that was the direction it went. White. So it's not just the thickness. I'm now seeing also, you see how the legs have got the S stance going on? Like the knees, like one click forward? They accomplishing that on even this smaller Titan class is a lot. Like there's stance on this big guy. That's doing a lot to sell the vibe. I like the photos of this on its own, because I feel like this thing is like, the people want to look at me. The plank with ramps and gun, you know, didn't really think that it was gonna get photos on its own at this big show. Oh, okay, we cycled around now. I can see it. Yeah. Okay. I'm into battle planks. Does it have the airlock thing? Oh, it does! Yeah, on the white planks, you can airlock it. That's nice. Finally, Rodimus Minor. Yeah, Legends Black Arachnia. I forgot about that. Ball-socketed breasts. That was odd. Alright, was there anything else? I think that was about it for the stuff I wanted to cover. Exclusive sticker sheet images. Interesting. Got ball-socketed members of chat. Hell yeah. In-hand images of Funko Pop Soundwave Biddy Bots? There's just one image. Okay, you know what? That's kind of cool that they give you a tiny box for the pilot. That's cute. Oh, hey, Richard Reyes. Welcome. I just finished going through all the new reveal photo stuff. Oh, I should find... Hang on. I should find the primal. Surely it has been front-paged. I don't think it has been front-paged. Hang on. My windows are out of order. No! Okay, it has not been front-paged. Have a good night, Daniel. I will simply go into the message boards. I don't know what I'm looking for. I don't think it's... Hang on. I have an idea of where to look. Here we go. I got it. Yeah, this rules. Luxabel Jaeger, random fact, the red Twin Snakes flavor, blackcurrant, is an uncommon flavor in North America because when it was originally imported, it came with the tree-killing disease. So it's banned in North America. Instead, we have grape flavor. Yeah, mine is blackcurrant. Up here in Canada, at least. Yeah, the mutant head sells this. The colorway is cool, but the mutant head is like look at that, right? Like that's here to stay. Like why would you not always have that head on that colorway of this figure, right? What's up? It's me, the friendly Optimus Primal, friend of the humans. I'm a good guy. So this is the DLX Optimus Primal in toy colors as some kind of, I'm assuming, retailer exclusive. Oh yeah, you can see the original Primal head back there too. He makes humans safer by being so terrifying no one wants to leave home. Correct. Canonical. So those are all the photos I've got of that from this post. There's one more here. That's the Flame Toys kit. So yeah, that's got something going on. Let's go back to the close-up. Long was here. This reminds you of the movie toy toaster transformer. Yeah, he's kind of got the hingeable lower jaw. Yeah, what a strange day. Lots of stuff revealed in the sloppiest way possible. Kind of reminds me of old BotCons, actually. Right. What good timing. I'm gonna finish this.
All right. So, we looked at a whole bunch of stuff, didn't we? How much is that Primal, you think? He's probably going to be the same as the DLX Primal that is already out / coming out, which I can't remember how much it was. It was what, like 180, 200, I think? I'm not sure. Yeah, so much stuff. No hydropods covered. Well, where are they? Where were they in the dailies? Hydropods. This news is all from September. Where's the front page? I see no hydropods. Oh! It was hidden above the Authentics Mirage. Alright, here we go. Via Mexican site Palacio de Hierro, we have our first official images of the new Transformers Hydropods, Optimus Prime and Megatron. Hydropods are water-powered battling toys that kids can fill aqua armor pods with water, plug in the target, and watch as a character is revealed. Players can then load a disc into the included launchers and aim at your opponent's target to sink them. Now Optimus Prime and Megatron join this collection. See the first stock images after the break, and then share your impressions on the 2005 boards. His head's floating. Yeah, they're Futurama heads in jars. What the hell? Fill, fight, sink. Trilingual version. Does the water matter, though? Like, I feel like you're just shooting a ring at the floating target. Oh, hang on. Look at the artwork. When the target gets hit, Megatron's bowels evacuate, and he rockets up into the air via a stream of water, blasting out of his grundle. Well, we got to see what people are saying about this on the 2005 boards. There's a video. Hang on. Wait. Squirrel Stampede. I need to borrow your services for a second. This video is 24 minutes long! Okay, hang on. There has to be a faster way to look at this. Just, what's the gist? There are no chapter cuts. Alright, so the water goes into the jar. There's a stopper thing.
Do the thing!
which makes the competition with you and a friend more fun. That's 2, right? You want to be about 6 to 8 inches
Hit it!
away. I find that the closer, obviously more power you're going to have. And so far, I'm sending every ring that I
You are an amateur.
table to a spot in the studio I will never be able to.
Hit the target!
So once again, reason for hitting more than 1 pack, more rings.
More rings is the reason. You can't just pick up the rings you shot.
Face exposed.
Don't buy into this consumerism. Just reuse your rings.
Get even closer here.
Yeah, there was a direct hit. What's he supposed to do?
I think I hit the seagull on that. Way off. Oh,
You hit the target so many times.
points right there. I certainly tried over a dozen.
I appreciate your sportsmanship. You're being screwed.
Okay, do I just have to get like?
Is this how this is 25 minutes long?
This might be exactly why these are clearance in a few months. Okay, I just reset just to make sure maybe this.
I don't think it works.
Overly tight. I think the more you work these plastic stoppers, the smoother it's gonna get.
There will be
Shots your pirates again.
there will be plenty of yes, PT. There will be plenty of drama in the competitive community over using heavier rings.
I'm down to my last ring here. I lost so many.
My brother, you're not down to your last ring. Just go pick one of them up.
Yes, we got it.
Okay, that's how it works. This is vile. Because that means that, okay, so the Transformers versions are you hit the thing off the top, and instead of it just emptying with water and the head floats down, that jar now has limbs, so it is just straight up diuretically kabooming out the bottom. That's vile. That's friggin' fart jitsu tier. That's... He suck. Dynamic head reveal in reverse. You've tried it. This is great. They don't even work. Yeah. So what's the rest of the video? Sorry, I want to know. I want to know now. I'm gonna do a little flippy.
Right now, download. Solely fixed. Alright, Axel. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Oh, these. Oh,
So I'm guessing when you buy them, you don't know what's in there?
it's
Oh, no, you do. Okay, never mind.
the reveal. Wow.
It's just the rest of the toys?
It's gonna be hard to squeeze.
What are you doing? It's not gonna help.
The hydropods dunk and sunk arena. The I need rings.
Maybe the TFs have fixed looser targets. I hope so. What are you doing? I didn't even... Don't throw these accusations at me. I'm locked in now. What So is this like the Beyblade X arena where, like, if you get the Hasbro one, it's smaller, but if you get the Takara Tomy one, it's more competitively viable because it's larger?
Ring around its tail. Ooh, the exclusive hydropods that come with this set. Look at all the rings. Oh, 16 glorious rings for me to lose.
I don't, like, you know, no judgment to Squirrel Stampede. It's just like...
Probably not.
See, this, I see how this is 25 minutes long. Like, you can...
Oh, Star Dude.
Clearly, he's more invested in, like, the contents of the Hydropods than I am.
What is a hydropyrate squid? Puss.
When will I review these? I'm not sure. There was an Iron Man body style toy in the thumbnail. Yeah, where is it?
Book of Hydro. Okay, lots of construction steps. 8 steps to get this thing built. And a few
Let's just see what he built.
success. Did it.
Chris Muse, I will battle you in this game. Okay. You're on, you gotta buy it, though.
Step 8, we're gonna load in our beaker disc launchers. 6 to 8 of these rings.
Okay, so now you got a disc launcher that's got, like, a magazine.
Confidence for setting up your arena. You can go 1 player side.
Not a clip, a magazine.
In and shutter per player.
Okay, so this is comp? I want to know if this works. I will say, like, firing these little plastic rings everywhere seems like it's designed to make one of your parents want to throw you gently at a soft wall. Show us your alert. Nope. Yeah, Sideswipe Prime. I don't know why I learned a bunch about Beyblade X, but I did. And my understanding is the Hasbro Beyblade X Stadium is physically smaller, thus changing the metagame. I linked a video in the Discord, so someone sent me a video that had like a nice point about how to identify when you're in your golden era something. It's designed to be constantly lost under the couch cushions or behind the... Yeah, these things are like perfectly designed to like dissolve into crevices. You did install a Squirrel Stampede. 1.33 million subscribers. And you install it... Where's your team? This explains a lot of things. Alright, where's the Iron Man body? Oh, okay. This is literally the product, yeah. You're gonna fall in the vents, yeah. The cool thing about Hasbro, they always have so many licensed products. What a sentence. This thing is totally gonna just evacuate its bowels. Ghost Rider. Fill it with water and food dye so it looks like blood. I agree, Lee. Hasbro's great. So many Marvel collabs. Aaron, if we play this at TFCon, we're gonna get thrown out. Where's the evacuation? Oh my god. It's vile. And that doesn't have a receptacle to evacuate into. That's like those friggin' kinetic sand toys. I got opinions on those. Go to IT Land, fill it with gray water. Those suits, the Transformers play pattern, those suits, they don't give you a dish for them to pee into. So you buy your kid that, and your kid's just like, "Hey mom, I won," and you look, and your kid's got like these toys peeing all over the table. Annoying. I like stuff I've never seen before. When that gets existential. Well, thanks, Squirrel Stampede, so much. But like, you know what I mean? Those friggin', whatever, the doll where you open 50 layers of packaging and you find out what goop you put in the doll's mouth so it pees itself, and it all feels weird and like parallel, if not touching upon the realm of the author's vaguely disguised fetish kind of stuff. And then there's kinetic sand everywhere. I mean, to be fair, we watched at least 5 minutes of this. I didn't detect... Oh! The squirrels don't come with the toys. I get it. I mean... It could be worse. No, like, well, kind of, PT. Like, they're like these 50-layer blind pack things that create more landfill than the toy that you keep. And then, like, some of them are, like... It's not that they mess their diapers, it's that they just, like, calamitously discharge into a toilet bowl, and then you pull it out in its slime that you play with and you keep in a cup. Like, hang on. I can't leave that thread alone. What are they called? Toilet dolls. Surely I'll find one of them. There's a lot of hashtag skibbity toilet. Oh, yeah, these things. Hang on. I don't like knowing you keep it in a cup. Well, well... Hang on, lol surprise doll's toilet. Otherwise, we're just watching a doll getting unboxed. Ah! Here we go. Flush Force and Poopies. Oh, no, wait, those are just blind pack toilet-themed things. Hang on. Where's one of the ones that, like, you feed it unicorn food and then it, like, blasts glitter diarrhea, and then you mix the diarrhea with, like, its puke, and it turns into something. I like that nobody knows what I'm talking about, so we're all relying on me to communicate this nightmare. Chris Muse, I do know. Timu, I know. Oh, okay. I gotta leave. Is it this? Why are all these videos so freaking long? They keep releasing new ones, so now my search results are getting all janked up. Wait, was this it? Wait, this might be it. Okay, hang on. That's an intro. Let me just scrub forward, see if we see something in game. Okay, these ones don't involve a toilet. Okay, I don't know what these are. Let's go on this adventure together. There are ones that involve a toilet, and then you dig stuff out of the toilet. I looked at all this like 4 years ago. A friend of mine who works at Indigo was telling me about how it's a nightmare, because these toys, parents buy them for their kids, and they leave their kids in the bookshop, and the kids open the toys in the bookshop, so there's poop and slime and kinetic sand and puke, like, just spraying all over the bookshop, and landfill and packaging, and then the kids leave, and they leave this, like, sewage behind. Alright, don't let me down. Don't let me down, Cookie, whatever. We role-playing? Oh. I'm gonna scroll forward. Open it! Okay, yeah, goop! Yeah! So you're like, here, thing, drink this. No, feed more goop to the thing. Hang on, where's... There's a part where there's just a puddle on the floor, and that's the part I'm aiming for here. Here we go. This stuff! Giant can... Look at all this! This rotating landfill generator. The unicorn spoon. Perfect! Please feed more slime to the thing. There, yeah, okay, she's gonna stuff the farta goop into this thing, and then it's gonna crap on the floor. The aesthetics on these things, by the way, are messed up AF. Like, I don't like it. Yeah, you stuff the goop into its mouth. Inside, Bubbles has a slime surprise. Then it pukes on the floor. Squeeze it all out. After you let it sit, get your unicorn spoon. Sorry, I'm reading the... Use your unicorn spoon to put the unicorn magic into the vomit. Look how pretty it is. And I can store the vomit in my soda cup. You have a delicious fizzy slime drink that the creature vomited on the floor. There was a whole thing about this where, like, the whole time I was watching it, I was just like, this is so specific. Is this like an interest? I don't know. They are so messy, these things, though. They're so friggin' messy. Hang on, I'm gonna find... Okay, I know what I'm looking for now. Poopsie slime surprise. That's what I'm looking for. Is this it? Does this thing come with the throne? This comes with... Okay. Yeah. This is only a minute long, too. Alright. Here we go. This is a short. This is an ASMR channel, so my apologies if that stuff kind of, like, freaks you out. I'll keep the volume low. Paper Jody, I haven't seen Cookie Swirl C in, like, years, and I wish I hadn't. Okay. Look at the landfill generator, number one. Here's your unicorn pre-seeded. There's the diaper. And so you make its feed. I remember this now. Stuff the powder in its mouth. Make it drink the water. Make it drink the goo. There's something just so violent about all this. Stuff the goop now, squeeze it so the orange comes out. Add sparkles. And here's a creature to stuff the diarrhea into that is shaped like a poop. Yeah, there's the whole play pattern. It's a whole process, right? I went nuts watching this stuff, because this is a friggin' tunnel. I was on a subway ride with my acquaintance who was working amidst this stuff, telling me about it. After the train ride, I was like, you were lying to me, because none of this is real. So I went to look it all up, and then I spent a whole evening watching all these process, vomit, puke, fart poop toys, and my life changed forever. Oliver, who is that kind of ASMR directed towards? Well, you know, it's the you know, the whole thing. I don't have fingernails that can do that, but that sounds like a bad friend. I dare you to create an Amazon wish list right now. Hang on, you all were saying a lot. Hang on. I gotta get one for you. It comes with a soiled diaper. Yeah, so that's my problem. These are the most, like, eco-terrorist packagings I've ever seen. I guess eco-terrorist is not the right word, but it is committing terrorism upon the environment. This packaging. These didn't have kinetic sand involved. There are some of these where it's like, dig the item out of the kinetic sand, and it's like, do you keep the kinetic sand? No. Throw it away. It's what? I am filled with violent disgust. This is Corpomania. Tactile play with slime is another trend. There has to be a less gross way to do it. Vomit gore films as cutesified toys. Cam Loren, I've never been so glad these are on your search history and not mine. No, I dealt with this on my For You. I've dealt with this before. Most ecologically destructive, like a Revenge of the Fallen Leader class box. The person who designed those needs to be put on a list. Yeah, so there's like a whole like part where like these things like lean in real hard on just enough stuff where I'm like, what's going on? Oh, there's a music video. Sorry, I'm letting it mute autoplay for a second. I'm gonna turn the sound off. Lee Calba, have a good night. Sleep well. After seeing that. We'll turn closed captions on. I think it's better that you can only barely hear it. Getting a loopy off my what? This was the third search result, so you know. 1 year ago. I'm leaving this behind. But yeah, I'm really happy that I was able to share this experience with you all. Because I hadn't thought about these things for a good year or so. And then y'all somehow got them back in my brain. I don't remember how we got here. And I'm glad I was able to slam that biscuit straight into all of your mouths. Oh. I hit a button. I switched to the podcast backup scene. What a sign that maybe I should move this to here, and then maybe go here, and then get the... Man, this Cybertron con was weird, huh? Yeah, Sinanuva, tell me about it. Oh, right, we got here because of the pissing Transformers figures. Thank you, Cam Loren. Chris Muse, so I did this to everyone. Yes. As long as the biscuit doesn't turn to slime, I got bad news for you about the about the process of digestion. Technically, it all becomes slime. Just not slime that we usually dig out with our unicorn spoons. Red Snarl, thanks for kicking off my birthday with that. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Red Snarl. Poopsie Surprise loves you. Till all our slime. True. Don't buy those. All right, so what do? We opened up some action figures. Look, it's them. Then we looked at a whole bunch of news, and then we were reminded of the hydropods, and then Poopsie Surprise happened. Sorry, Poopsie slime surprise. Seen of a direct line drawn from Reagan deregulations to this. Paper Jody, I'm telling lie the horrors we experience. Good. We have to listen, Jody. If it only happens to us, there's no proof to the rest of the world. We have to spread it. We gotta... This is the mission. You gotta get Lie to play some of this stuff on her stream. It'll be fine. V-Rider, Motormaster does not have a diaper. 0 out of 10. True. Trans Salamander, gotta spread the poopsie. Correct. Listen, what is experience? Let me just wipe my glasses for a second here. What is experience, if not the root, the seed, and the soil of shared knowledge, right? That's why we... Piggy Peeves, I'm telling you, pregnant Elsa Spider-Man. I'm not searching that. I know what that hole is. I have glimpsed that hole. Never again. You should review one. I don't want to clean it up. I actually thought about that. One April 1st, I was like, maybe we Poopsie surprise. And then I remembered that if I do that, I will have slime, water, plastic, kinetic sand, cardboard, and tape everywhere. I don't want to. I don't want to. Not until you can tell me how to recycle it all into food product. But yeah, tell your friends that stuff exists. Tell them to look for it at Walmart so they can witness it. You should review one of the Transformers pods, maybe. Kind of. If Hasbro would send me one, I'd do it. I try so hard because I'm still on a Hasbro mailing list for something, and every now and then they're like, check out the summer goofs. And those ones are usually full of stuff like hydropods. They're like, let us know if you want a review copy of anything. And I'm like, send me your lunch boxes, your masks, and your airsoft guns, and your Poopsie surprises. They never reply to me. Damn it, they never reply to me. Oh, Jody, I don't know what it was that you think is worse. I could think of a couple things. Trans Salamanders, stop sending them to Thews, save money, and send them to Vangelis. The sad thing is, I think it's cheaper to send things from America to the UK than it is to send them from America to Canada. Oh, the food product. Yeah, I guess so. True. At Hasbro, please send one. In the 90s, there are a lot of pooping dolls, but they did not... They had a sort of... they were demure. They had a quiet dignity to the way that they self-defecated. Poopsie Slime Surprise is vulgar. It's excess. It's hubris. It's what if you self-defecated, but you made it everyone's problem as much as possible, right? Whereas in the 90s, those dolls were like, oh no, I self-defecated, but I don't want this to be everyone's problem. There are these bug toys you filled with colored liquid slime, stepped on them so the guts go everywhere. True, but, you know, that's stepping on bugs. That's a thing that we just do, right? The bugs aren't like, check it out. I ate a bunch of vomit first so that I can crap out my poop in my guts when you step on me. They just are spilling everywhere because it's like, oh, you stepped on a bug. It's demure. It's simple. It's respectable. Alan Weaver, is there any kind of collectible in the Poopsies? Yeah, you are collecting dolls, pacifiers, diapers, and diuretic receptacles, if I recall correctly. And technically the slime, I guess. You just described 9-year-old boy humor. There was a lean in on that in 2011. I interviewed an Australian company because they had like the fart booger nose pick patrol or something. My nephew said the same string of words before. Look, your nephew's clearly very intelligent and has some good taste. I'm going to press this. So we are forcing progress. Hey, thanks for watching the stream. If you would like to see more things like blind-packed slime diarrhea, like, let me know. If you, by the way, are a VOD watcher and something stuck out to you during this, like, leave a comment with a time code. It helps me add more chapter markings for more fun for future VOD watchers. We are paying it forward with our numbers and information. Did you know I still got a box to shred too, so I'm gonna do something else. I also wanna play some games. I might do some gaming over the weekend or not, I'm not sure. I kinda have to see what my vaccination, my double vaccination in the same arm, side effects are when I wake up tomorrow. That'll be funny. But yeah, I'm gonna continue trying to cram in some streaming as I go. Also, Siege Ironhide review goes live tomorrow. If you're a patron, you can see it already, because of a link. But that's going to go live tomorrow, and I have the last PowerPoint night from last month edited already. I just didn't want to put it up, like, I wanted to put up a review first. So that's 2 videos already done for this month. Let's go. New channel rebrand. Poopsie. No! But that's a great suggestion. When will we expect the stream where we play with those Transformers peeing water toys? I have to leave that up to my Transformers urine logistics expert, Chris Muse. So you'll have to, you know, go through the proper channels to get that information. But until you do, take it easy, stay safe out there, stay double safe out there. And I'll catch you all later. It floods the Grundle.
Let them come.